Chapter 566. Wild winds howled angrily in the vast and empty sky. The ferocious hurricane was just like a huge beast that could destroy everything as it wantonly rampaged across the sky. The howling wind swept across the land, causing the entire land to tremble in fear under this frightening pressure. Unknowingly, the sun disappeared. No one knew whether it was because the sun had set or because even the sky was escaping. At the center of this hurricane, a somewhat illusionary human figure was ferociously wearing an extremely frightening densely white face. The corners of his mouth were lifted to reveal a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. Both of his arms danced as his palms crazily grabbed at the surrounding empty space. It was as though he wished that he could stuff all the spiritual strength around him into his body. Although his face was still as pale as paper, the incomparably abundant energy within his body caused the current Zhao Xian's heart to become even crazier. This was especially so when he saw Xiaoyan, whose face was even paler than his own. Zhao Xian felt extremely carefree in his heart. In his eyes, the current Xiaoyan was likely already a dead person. Ha! Xiaoyan, to think that this venerable self thought so highly of you. You did not expect that the consequences of being careless would be death, right? The ferocious expression on Zhao Xian's face appeared extremely frightening as he watched Xiaoyan, who was still stubbornly walking towards him with great difficulty. At the same time that a ferocious laughter was emitted from his mouth, a thought passed through his mind. The originally turbulent and frightening suction force within his body became even more frightening at this moment. As an even more frightening suction force crazily surged out from within Zhao Xian's body, the spiritual strength that enveloped Zhao Xian's body seemed to have found an outlet to pour out. It transformed into an invisible wave that swiftly poured into Zhao Xian's body as though it had been enlightened. As these spiritual strength continued to pour in, the aura on Zhao Xian's body also rapidly soared. At the same time, an invisible and vast spiritual strength pressure also spread out from within Zhao Xian's body. Under this frightening spiritual strength pressure, even the empty space around Zhao Xian's body was actually forcefully torn apart, forming numerous dark black spatial cracks. Ha ha! You are indeed worthy of being an alchemist. The strength of your spiritual strength is really not something that an ordinary person can compare with. Closing his eyes slightly, Zhao Xiangao raised his head and spoke slowly with an expression of enjoyment. After devouring Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, Zhao Xian's condition rapidly recovered. His body was almost filled with spiritual strength, causing Zhao Xian to involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. Afterwards, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan again with a vicious smile. His white eyes revealed a cruel bloodthirst. Originally, the demigod intended to perish together with you. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for that. Ha! Zhao Xian's eyes greedily watched Xiaoyan opposite him, whose qi had become increasingly weak. The bloodthirsty smile that appeared on the corner of his mouth was even more glaring. Quickly following this, Zhao Xian once again opened his mouth and laughed savagely. Now, I intend to devour all of your soul energy. Ha! The sinister laughter was like the hiss of a malicious spirit, piercing one's eardrums. At the same time, the suction force in Zhao Xian's body became even more turbulent. In the end, the space around him was unable to withstand the crazy tearing of the suction force. It was forcefully torn into pieces, turning into a pitch-black and endless space. Cough, cough. Coughing violently a few times, Xiaoyan only felt that his entire body was no longer listening to his commands. Every step he took and landed would cause Xiaoyan's body to tremble incessantly. Although Xiaoyan's body was still standing steadily in the air, the loss of spiritual strength in his body caused Xiaoyan to unknowingly lose a lot of control over his body. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a soul in a bottle. Any of his actions would cause the bottle to shake left and right. However, this caused Xiaoyan, who was in the bottle, to feel even more uneasy. Cough, cough. Until a certain moment, when Xiaoyan once again stabilized his body with great difficulty, his footsteps, which should have continued forward, stopped at this moment. Seeing this, Zhao Xian first raised his eyebrows slightly. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face as he laughed sinisterly. Haha, are you finally unable to endure any longer? Xiaoyan, looks like you are ultimately still something that belongs to this venerable self. This life of yours should belong to this venerable self. Pa. The instant his voice sounded, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly became ferocious. His solidified foot suddenly stomped on the air, and the surging spiritual strength immediately shattered the space under his feet. At the same time, Zhao Xian's body instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His right hand turned into a claw, and his entire body looked down from above as he viciously clawed at Xiaoyan's head. Aren't you celebrating too early? However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, whose face was incomparably pale, trembled slightly as he spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart was filled with a cold smile. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually dare to say such shameless words at such a time. Qi! Surging spiritual strength swiftly gathered on Zhao Xian's right claw. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire sky. Wherever the claw passed, the space instantly collapsed. Numerous invisible forces continuously shot above the space. The terrifying wind pressure was like a large blade that first landed on Xiaoyan's forehead. In an instant, fresh blood gushed out from Xiaoyan's forehead as though it was free of charge. However, due to the fact that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was currently extremely weak, Xiaoyan did not notice this ordinary feeling at all. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's claw, which was wrapped in surging spiritual strength, had already arrived a few inches above Xiaoyan's head. At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire body was covered with hundreds of wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, completely dyeing Xiaoyan into a bloody person. You can't blame me for today's matter. You can only blame yourself for this. You were too greedy. Bang. Soon after, when Zhao Xian's claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, an intense bang, like a balloon bursting, suddenly resounded across the sky. At the same time, Zhao Xian's claw, which was about to land, instantly froze in midair. The greed and bloodthirstiness in Zhao Xian's pair of densely white eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a soulless emptiness. How can this be? When the last sentence that was filled with extreme unwillingness was emitted from his mouth, a cluster of pink-colored flames swiftly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body in front of Xiaoyan. At the same time, there was another cluster of invisible, heavenly flame mixed within this flame. It was the combination of the two that was able to completely wipe out Zhao Xian's consciousness in such a short instant. As the heavenly flame surged out, Zhao Xian's originally solid body swiftly became illusory. A wave of wild suction force once again surged out from Zhao Xian's abdomen, gathering all of the spiritual strength that Zhao Xian had unleashed earlier in an instant. Cough cough, you even dare to randomly swallow my spiritual strength. Zhao Xian, is it you or me who is like a moth flying into a flame? Chapter 567. The curtain-like pitch-black night sky gradually emitted specks of starlight following Zhao Xian's death. The originally pressuring atmosphere that covered the sky also became relaxed. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan slowly lift his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the distant sky above his head, at the resplendent galaxy filled with stars. Oh, is the sky already dark? A trace of surprise flashed deep within Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes. His battle with Zhao Xian had unknowingly lasted for an entire day. Although this process was a little more difficult than Xiaoyan had originally imagined, it was fortunate that Gu Yu was beside him. Hence, today's matter could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His tense nerves finally relaxed at this moment. However, soon after, Xiaoyan once again forcefully braced himself. Many glints shot out from deep within his eyes as his eyes slowly shifted downwards. Finally, they landed on a cream-white cluster of light that was suspended in front of him. This cluster of light was Zhao Xian's spiritual essence, which had been completely refined by the heavenly flame from the inside out. Of course, it did not only contain Zhao Xian's own spiritual strength, but it also merged with nearly all of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan was able to instantly eliminate Zhao Xian's consciousness within such a short period of time. At this moment, after this cluster of spiritual essence had been refined by the heavenly flame, all that was left was the purest spiritual essence energy. The purity of this kind of spiritual essence was sufficient for anyone to easily refine it without leaving any residual effects. However, the only difference was that Zhao Xian's spiritual essence had been destroyed by Xiao Yan, causing his spiritual essence to be more or less exhausted. Hence, even though Xiao Yan was able to completely absorb this cluster of spiritual essence in front of him, he could only use most of it. Ooh! Xiao Yan once again exhaled a long breath. However, he was not in a hurry to devour the spiritual essence in front of him. Instead, he forcefully supported his body and allowed himself to sit cross-legged in the empty space. No matter what, Xiao Yan needed to recover some of his physical strength at this moment. Otherwise, any haste for success might result in an irreversible change in the end result. The spiritual essence in front of him was extremely attractive to the current Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan clearly understood that it was impossible for him to easily refine such an enormous spiritual essence energy in his current condition. In order to avoid any mistakes, it was worth it even if he had to delay a little more time. In the blink of an eye, night was about to fall. Faint fluorescent light quietly covered the entire land like a layer of frost. Another day had quietly arrived. When the first ray of morning light landed on Xiao Yan's eyelids, Xiao Yan seemed to have sensed something. His eyelids trembled slightly before he slowly opened them. An entire night of training did not allow Xiao Yan's pale face to recover much. After all, what Xiao Yan's body was lacking at this moment was spiritual strength. It was not something that could be easily made up for with some dou qi. Although this was the case, it was already sufficient to allow Xiao Yan to have the ability to devour those spiritual essences. Xiao Yan exhaled faintly. His dark black eyes once again stared intently at the spiritual essence in front of him. Although the aura in his body was still weak, a fiery heat involuntarily appeared deep within Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. Other than the spiritual strength that he originally possessed, he wondered if his spiritual strength would be able to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist if he devoured and refined Zhao Xian's spiritual essence. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yan's subjective assumption. After all, the spiritual strength required to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist was extremely enormous. With the experience of Gu Yu lending his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan knew that this spiritual strength alone was not enough to allow him to reach the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, as an alchemist, having a powerful spiritual strength was the first requirement. However, alchemy skills would still more or less give Xiao Yan, who had never come into contact with a rank 3 medicinal pill, a great amount of pressure. After all, the difficulty of refining a rank 3 medicinal pill was far greater than that of a rank 2 medicinal pill. In order to refine a rank 3 medicinal pill, not only did one have to rely on a powerful spiritual strength, but one also had to test an alchemist's superb control over flames. Xiao Yan sat in the empty space. The fiery heat that had risen in his heart had swept away all the exhaustion in his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was pale, but his mental state was exceptionally good. This was mostly due to the milky white spiritual essence in front of him. A thought passed through his mind, and the spiritual bead in Xiao Yan's mind immediately trembled slightly. At the same time, the spiritual essence floating in front of Xiao Yan also moved. It seemed to be attracted by something as it approached Xiao Yan's body. The spiritual essence was the size of a football. Wisps of mist-like lines spread out from it and intertwined in front of Xiao Yan's chest. After which, they passed through the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing, entered his skin, and reached the core of his soul. As the first wisp of spiritual essence poured into his soul, Xiao Yan's seated body involuntarily trembled slightly. At the same time, the muscles on his face trembled slightly, and he could not help but release a comfortable moan. Next, the wisps of spiritual essence were like many separated branches. They first separated, then intertwined and gathered. Finally, they poured into Xiao Yan's body. The spiritual essence that Xiao Yan had exhausted a day ago was swiftly being absorbed and refined in this seemingly slow but hurried manner. Xiao Yan's spiritual essence was swiftly recovered. Unknowingly, a day once again quietly flowed by from the tip of Xiao Yan's finger. The spiritual strength that Xiao Yan lacked within his body had already been completely recovered. Xiao Yan's expression had also turned from its initial pale and bloodless state to a sleek redness. There was also an invisible pressure that was faintly being emitted from Xiao Yan's body, causing one to not dare underestimate it. Under this continuous refinement, the spiritual essence floating in front of Xiao Yan gradually grew from the size of a football to the size of a fist on the evening of the second day. In the end, it transformed into a thumb-sized milky white light spot that was completely absorbed by Xiao Yan, who, after 2 full days of refinement, the cluster of spiritual essence in front of Xiao Yan was finally completely absorbed. At this moment, the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan possessed in his body had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even though it was far from comparable to a rank 3 alchemist, it was likely that this level of spiritual strength was comparable to that of Su Songming. Chapter 568. When Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes, he saw a blood-red sun surrounded by a large cluster of burning clouds. It was like an overlord that had just retreated from the battlefield. The entire world knelt before it as it slowly stepped down to the west. Following the sunset, those towering mountains that were kneeling on the ground seemed to have buried their heads even deeper. A dark black shadow was left behind on this vast land. At this moment, it seemed that even those magical beasts that were hidden in the dark were quietly and respectfully sending off this blood-colored overlord. Little did they know that with the setting of the sun, this was only the beginning of another battle. Xiao Yan disdained the dark, cold atmosphere that was gradually covering the sky. Instead, he used his mind to observe the interior of his body and carefully investigated the soul bead within his mind, which had already swelled many times larger than its original size. The increase in the size of the soul bead was also a kind of affirmation of the strength of an alchemist's spiritual strength. However, Xiao Yan's heart was not very satisfied when he saw the soul bead that was currently suspended in his mind, which was many times larger than before. It was unexpected that his spiritual strength had yet to touch the barrier of a rank 3 alchemist after refining the spiritual essence of an elite Daoist. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to feel a little disappointed. However, Xiao Yan had only considered his own thoughts. He did not think about what other alchemists would think if they were to sense the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. Within a short 2 days, his spiritual strength had swiftly soared from the level of a rank 2 middle-stage alchemist to the level of a rank 2 late-stage alchemist. This kind of frightening growth speed would cause anyone who saw it to involuntarily let out a sigh. Instead, it was Xiao Yan who actually felt dissatisfaction in his heart. "You little fellow. You should be satisfied. You have already grown to such an extent, yet you are still not satisfied. If the other rank 2 alchemists were to know of this, they would definitely kill you." Xiao Yan's heart stilled. Only then did he smile in an embarrassed manner. After which, he joked with Gu Yu in his body, "Old Gu, you are being too serious. Old Bone, aren't your words a bit too heavy? They're tier 2 alchemists at any rate. Even if they're unwilling in their hearts, how could they make a move to kill me? Heh, it's true that you're a tier 2 alchemist, but a tier 2 alchemist as young as you, I'm afraid that you can't even find a few in the entire continent. If those old fellows knew what you're thinking in your heart right now, even if they don't kill you, just based on their man-eating gazes, it's enough to make you suffer." Gu Yu coldly mocked. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled. He quietly imagined a scene where a large group of tier 2 alchemists surrounded him and looked at him with strange eyes. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he still involuntarily shivered when he thought of this. That kind of scene was quite horrifying. After recovering, Xiao Yan stopped thinking about it. In any case, no matter what he thought, how could those old fellows know that Xiao Yan could no longer resist trying out the enormous spiritual strength that he had just refined? A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and the dark black soul bead within his mind immediately began to tremble. It emitted a buzzing sound in an invisible manner. At the same time, a majestic spiritual strength immediately swept out. Xiao Yan turned his gaze and immediately aimed it at a towering mountain peak. The entire mountain peak could be said to be an extremely eye-catching existence within the nearby mountain range. Therefore, Xiao Yan aimed his gaze at it at a glance. Go! After this word sounded in Xiao Yan's heart, an invisible spiritual pillar carried an extremely frightening aura and pressure as it cut through the empty space in the blink of an eye. Even though the spiritual strength was untraceable, it still emitted a deafening sonic boom when it cut through the empty space. Soon after, one could hear an earth-shaking bang. That majestic mountain peak had been forcefully severed from top to bottom by Xiao Yan's spiritual pillar. The entire mountain peak was also separated to the two sides, leaving behind a 100,000-foot-tall cliff that connected the sky and the earth at the middle of the mountain peak. With just a single strike, a towering mountain peak was forcefully split into two. Wherever the spiritual pillar passed, a smooth mirror-like crack was left behind on the mountain peak. Hiss! Even Xiao Yan himself involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. Xiao Yan had used less than 1,000th of his spiritual strength in the attack just now. Even though this was the case, the strength that he had displayed was still frighteningly strong. This level of spiritual strength was likely sufficient to allow Xiao Yan to easily fight against an ordinary bandit without using Do Qi. Just thinking about this caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily feel a fiery heat. If even his spiritual strength was strong to such an extent, he might even be able to fight against an ordinary elite Do Di if his Do Qi was added. Teeth, brat, don't be too optimistic. The old me has already told you not to underestimate any Do Di. Even if it is a seriously injured Do Di, you must not underestimate him. Otherwise, there might not be anyone who will help you the next time. However, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, once again poured a basin of cold water over him when this crazy thought rose in his heart. This caused Xiao Yan, who had yet to go down the wrong path, to swiftly wake up. Xiao Yan could only smile in an embarrassed manner after hearing Gu Yu's words. He understood in his heart that Gu Yu had said these words for his own good. Hence, regardless of what the other party said, Xiao Yan could only try his best to reflect on himself. He did not doubt the other party's words. After all, given Gu Yu's strength, there was no need for him to lie to him. Moreover, Zhao Xian's example had perfectly verified Gu Yu's words. Xiao Yan withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. He flipped his hand and a snow-white storage ring appeared in his palm. This storage ring was the storage ring that originally belonged to Zhao Xian. However, now that Zhao Xian had completely turned into dust, this storage ring naturally belonged to Xiao Yan. After Zhao Xian's death, the spiritual imprint that originally covered the storage ring quietly disappeared. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was able to easily pour into it. When Xiao Yan had just poured his spiritual strength into the storage ring in his hand, a thread of undetectable glint flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. Soon after, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength poured into the storage ring and left behind his spiritual imprint. All the items within the storage ring appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately revealed an extremely excited expression when he saw the dazzling array of treasures in front of him. An elite Do Di was indeed extraordinary. The collection within this storage ring was not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. Most of the Qi methods, Do skills, and some natural treasures were treasures that could move Xiao Yan's heart. This was especially the case after he saw many of the medicinal ingredients that he could use to refine the Ice Spirit Pill and the Bodhi Returning Pill. Xiao Yan felt an incomparable joy in his heart. It must be said that he had gained a lot this time around. Chapter 569. Looking around the space within the storage ring, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes became increasingly excited. When his gaze shifted, a white jade box also appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Extreme Transformation Pill. As the jade box that contained the Extreme Transformation Pill was relatively special, Xiao Yan had also paid more attention to it when he was in the auction house. At this moment, he recognized it at a glance. The thing that was contained within this jade box was naturally the Extreme Transformation Pill. In the outside world, when Xiao Yan withdrew his mind, a thought passed through his mind and the jade box appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Although they were separated by the jade box, Xiao Yan was still able to smell the pill fragrance that seeped out from within. Immediately, a cool feeling surged into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones, causing him to feel extremely refreshed. It is indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Even the pill fragrance possesses such a dense medicinal strength. It is really unbelievable. After letting out an exclamation in his mouth, Xiao Yan ceased hesitating and opened the lid of the jade box. Immediately, a dense cloud-like pill fragrance swiftly spread out from the interior of the jade box. It surrounded Xiao Yan's body and gradually spread out. The pill fragrance spread and the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes was temporarily blocked. Xiao Yan smiled slightly in the face of this. A brilliant flame immediately surged from deep within his eyes. Immediately, the pill fragrance in front of his eyes was pushed aside by an invisible strength. The pill fragrance scattered and the medicinal pill within the jade box also appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. The dense white medicinal pill was like an ice crystal lying within the jade box. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, Xiao Yan seemed to be able to sense the powerful medicinal strength contained within this medicinal pill. TSKSK, just such a small medicinal pill is actually able to make up for a few hundred years of training time for an elite Daoist. No wonder they would not hesitate to use such a great price to exchange for it. His mouth once again exclaimed in surprise. However, when the words from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Although this extreme transformation pill was quite valuable and those elite Daoist had spent all their money, it still ended up in his hands. Who could have imagined such an outcome? Xiao Yan's lingering gaze paused on the medicinal pill within the jade box for a long time. However, in the end, he still kept it. The principle of not revealing one's wealth was something that Xiao Yan also understood. Even though there was no one else in his surroundings at this moment, who knew if this pill fragrance would attract some strong person's attention? After keeping the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan did not stop. His dark black eyes slightly rotated. With a thought of Xiao Yan's mind, threads of dark black energy gathered around him. Immediately under Zhao's control. And next, it is time to take a look at this. Ha! Xiao Yan revealed an excited expression on his face. His eyes immediately swept over the 7 tents in front of him. After which, he carefully observed the 7 tents in front of him. A moment later, Xiao Yan, who originally had an amazed expression, began to knit his brows tightly. A puzzled expression surged onto his face. This, although he could clearly sense that the great Dao strength that he controlled had greatly increased, there did not seem to be any other difference other than being able to form an additional tent. Elder Gu, do you know what's going on? Helpless, Xiao Yan could only seek help from Gu Yu. After all, the only person who could answer all of his questions was Gu Yu. Hee, brat, everyone says that it is not easy to train in the great Dao strength. However, from the looks of it, it does not appear that you have much difficulty. Xiao Yan was immediately startled when a somewhat teasing voice was transmitted over. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask, Old Gu, do you mean, let's not talk about the 7th tent. Let's talk about the first 6 tents. Do you know that even some people who have comprehended the great Dao strength for a long time might not be able to form 6 tents? Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard this. While he was surprised in his heart, Gu Yu continued to speak. Everyone knows that it is not easy to comprehend the great Dao strength. However, they do not know that it is even more difficult to train in the great Dao strength. A white light immediately rose from the surface of Xiao Yan's body after his words sounded. Soon after, Gu Yu's figure shot out from Xiao Yan's body and stood in the void in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. However, he did not speak. Gu Yu's deep eyes landed on the 7 tents in front of him. Normally speaking, those who have just comprehended the power of the way are usually able to use the power of the way to condense a tent. Of course, normally speaking, they can only condense 1 strand. As for 2 or 3, it means that they have a decent aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. As for more, it means that they have a great aptitude for comprehending the power of the way. Talent? Isn't it said that the great Dao strength can only be comprehended through pure comprehension? Why is there a talent? Xiao Yan could not help but be startled when he heard the so-called talent in comprehending. After which, he lifted his head to look at Gu Yu and asked with a frown. That is true. The great Dao strength can only be increased by relying on one's comprehension. However, whether one can comprehend it or not also depends on one's innate condition. This is certain. Otherwise, how could there be so many people who are unable to comprehend the great Dao strength? The reason for this is one's innate condition. In other words, one's talent. Xiao Yan nodded when he heard this. However, there was still some confusion on his face. If this was the case, the training of the great Dao strength was not much different from Do Qi. The only difference was that it was a different method. Gu Yu seemed to have sensed the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart. He moved his feet and arrived in front of a tent. He extended 2 fingers, twisted his wrist, and pressed on the tent in front of him. At the same time, Gu Yu continued to speak. The so-called innate condition is like your background. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shifted the moment Gu Yu attacked. At the same time, Gu Yu's voice was transmitted into his ear. Some people have noble backgrounds. The faction they belong to is the #1 super faction on the continent the moment they are born. Not only will this person's future path be smooth and worry-free, but they will also have supreme Qi methods and Do skills to practice. On the other hand, some people might die the moment they are born. This is the innate condition. Gu Yu's 2 fingers violently pressed on the tent in front of him after his words sounded. Immediately, circular intense ripples spread from the tent. Even the surrounding empty space began to ripple. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly on the other side. Soon after, he saw a dense white light suddenly flicker at the spot where Gu Yu's fingers touched his tent. Immediately, a circular dense white flame ripple swept out. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a fire tent. This is Great Tao of Fire. Chapter 570. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yan's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiao Yan. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make him bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily flickered slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiao Yan did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word have, at the very least, it gave Xiao Yan some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiao Yan to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiao Yan was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face, causing others to be unable to tell what exactly Xiao Yan was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiao Yan's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but even his temperament was also so calm. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. How many types do you have? His pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. Xiao Yan pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask once again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiao Yan's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiao Yan, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my 4-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my 4-way pavilion only has 3 types of medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my 4-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiao Yan and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Do-di had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how the black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression became even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal this manner, Xiao Yan's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart, he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiao Yan originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this four-way pavilion, there would at most be one or two types. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiao Yan needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be one type. Moreover, it would be the type that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for an outsider to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiao Yan caused Xiao Yan's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiao Yan could also see that this so-called four-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how would it be possible for it to possess the three types of medicinal ingredients on Xiao Yan's list at the same time? Those medicinal ingredients? Xiao Yan's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. When the old man saw that Xiao Yan had opened his mouth again, a smile hurriedly appeared on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our four-way pavilion. I will order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over. During this period of time, Sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If Sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them." When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but move slightly. When Xiao Yan had just arrived on the second floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. This smell was extremely familiar to Xiao Yan. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. As his gaze moved, Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly darted around the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Dragon-attaching branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass. Kisi. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I never expected that they would actually be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiao Yan could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiao Yan to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiao Yan could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after a struggle in his heart, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. However, at the same time, while Xiao Yan was excitedly looking at the medicinal ingredients on the counter, an old man in a long white robe stared straight at Xiao Yan. Some strange colors surged in the depths of his deep eyes. Immediately, he moved his feet and walked out of the four-way pavilion without anyone noticing. When the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside, Xiao Yan, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, finally slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as they slowly swept across the place. Immediately, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Previously, Xiao Yan had clearly felt an extremely obscure aura enveloping his body. That aura clearly wanted to investigate something from Xiao Yan's body. However, at this moment, that aura had actually suddenly disappeared. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little puzzled. Chapter 571. The next day. When the morning light shone on the earth, Xiao Yan also gradually woke up from a night of cultivation. His eyelids trembled slightly. The moment Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a brilliant flame flashed across the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes. After a night of cultivation, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, it made him feel even more energetic. Xiao Yan's body shook slightly as he stood up. Immediately, a wave of firecracker-like crackling sound was emitted from all over his body. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an arc as he sensed the refreshing feeling that was emitted from within his body. He immediately moved his body and flew toward the northern sky. Now that Murong Qianxian's matter had come to an end, Xiao Yan should start on his own matters. According to the original plan, Xiao Yan should head to the Western Wastelands region at this moment. However, he had not obtained the most important icy spirit liquid to refine the icy spirit pill. For the sake of the icy spirit liquid, Xiao Yan decided to temporarily stay in the Shilin region. Furthermore, other than that, the other medicinal ingredients needed to refine the icy spirit pill still required Xiao Yan to spend time to find. Rather than painstakingly searching in the Western Wastelands region, perhaps Xiao Yan would have a greater chance of finding them in the Shilin region. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan was afraid that he would have to face the four great sects head-on. In the following period of time, Xiao Yan continuously shuttled back and forth between the few nearby cities. On one hand, he searched for information about the remaining medicinal ingredients. On the other hand, he also inquired about some natural treasures that could increase spiritual force. Now, if Xiao Yan wanted to increase his spiritual force, there were only two methods he could follow. The first was to use a secret art and slowly cultivate. At the cost of time, he could cultivate his spiritual force for a long period of time. Of course, this method could indeed be said to be seeking victory through stability, but it would take too long. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not wait for 10 or 100 years of boring cultivation. As for the second method, it was to use heavenly treasures to achieve the effect of rapidly increasing one's soul strength. Compared to the first method, although the probability of finding this method was not high, the effect was more obvious. It was the choice of most alchemists and array masters. The current Xiao Yan didn't have the patience to cultivate his spiritual strength. Therefore, he focused all his attention on the second method. Even if the chances were small, Xiao Yan still wanted to give it a try. A month later, Xiao Yan, who had been searching everywhere, finally arrived in front of a city. At this moment, Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes finally revealed some exhaustion. After a month of searching all over the place, Xiao Yan was disappointed time and time again. In a month's time, Xiao Yan had visited dozens of big and small cities, but the results were still disappointing. Besides finding 3 medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yan was unable to find anything else. With regards to the main medicinal ingredients for the Ice Spirit Pill and the Bodhi Returning Pill, Xiao Yan also did not have any information. As for the heavenly treasure that could increase one's spiritual force, it was even more impossible to find. At this moment, Xiao Yan lifted his head to look at the ancient city in front of him. He could not help but use his hand to forcefully rub his face. With the last bit of hope in his heart, his body moved as he flew towards the city in front of him. Cold Stream City. As he softly muttered these words, Xiao Yan's eyes slowly shifted away from the city gates. With one hand, he tugged at the black robes on his body. Only then did his figure move as he followed the surrounding crowd into the city. The area of Coldstream City was not small. Even when compared to Yen City, it was not inferior in size. In this area, Coldstream City was also the largest city, and this was also the reason why it was so prosperous. After entering the city, the enormous outline of the city appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. The seemingly endless streets in front of him also showed how enormous Coldstream City was. However, to Xiao Yan, all of this was not attractive at all. Xiao Yan's gaze was only focused on those shops, and whether they had the medicinal ingredients that he needed. Similar to his actions in the previous month, Xiao Yan's target was the shops in the city. Of course, as he passed by, he did not forget to sweep his gaze across the street vendors. Many times, he would find things that one would not expect from these street vendors. Since Xiao Yan had experienced this before, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. However, it was a pity that finding amazing treasures from street vendors did not happen often. Even though Xiao Yan had visited all the street vendors in the past month, he still did not find anything. This time was no exception. Sigh. As he laughed bitterly in his heart, Xiao Yan understood that he had indeed been a little too impatient. Following the flow of people, Xiao Yan walked for a long time until a splendidly decorated large shop appeared before his eyes. Only then did the expression on Xiao Yan's face change. Four-way pavilion, what an extravagant name. However, I wonder if there is anything that I need here. Seeing the huge square-shaped building in front of him, which did indeed live up to its name, a sigh involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's eyes. Hopefully, he would be able to find the thing that he needed in this place. Even if it was just one thing, it was enough to cause Xiao Yan to feel excited. When Xiao Yan stepped into the pavilion, the noise from the outside world instantly decreased by more than half. When Xiao Yan's body had completely stepped into this four-way pavilion, all the noise from the outside world had completely disappeared. At the same time, when Xiao Yan raised his eyes to take a look, the atmosphere in the pavilion involuntarily made him feel a little strange. Under normal circumstances, the people who ran a shop, regardless of whether they were the shop's attendants or the owner, should be courteous to their customers. However, looking at the situation before him, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. Although there were over 10 people choosing items in front of the counter in the hall, the attendants actually completely ignored these so-called customers. Instead, they appeared to be somewhat impatient. In fact, there were even a few bad-tempered attendants who actually pointed at a few customers and urged them in a loud voice with a displeased expression. Moreover, from the looks of it, they were simply planning to force a sale. Although the customers were somewhat dissatisfied with this, when their eyes noticed an old man with his eyes shut in the hall, they could only bitterly clench their teeth. However, they did not say anything else. Instead, they randomly chose a few items, hastily paid the bill and left. When they saw the few people leave, the attendants sneered and mocked them. At the same time, their poisonous snake-like sharp eyes quickly landed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the few customers just so happened to pass by Xiao Yan. When they saw the confused face of Xiao Yan, the few of them involuntarily cast a pitiful gaze at him. Immediately, they did not dare to say anything else. After hurriedly bypassing Xiao Yan, they swiftly left this four-way pavilion. Chapter 572. Hee, another one has come to give me money. Tiske, who knows if this brat is a pauper? He dares to barge into my four-way pavilion. No one has ever dared to approach my four-way pavilion, unless a few servants with sinister smiles on their faces secretly muttered something. At the end of their words, their slightly fearful gazes landed on the old man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the hall. Tisk, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about this brat now. I'll make a bet with you. If he has money and can afford anything here, I'll lose an emperor-grade medicinal pill to you. If he doesn't, at most, I'll compensate you with one. No, I want the girl you got yesterday. That little girl looks so fresh. I'm afraid you've scared her a lot. Coarse and lewd laughter spread throughout the hall. At the same time, it also caused the other servants to smile. As for the few young girls among the guests, after hearing these words, their pretty faces quickly turned red. They cast disdainful gazes at the two servants who spoke. Where did this stinking girl come from? She dares to stare at me. She deserves to be beaten. Noticing the resentful gazes of the few young girls, the servant laughed coldly. His face immediately revealed a displeased expression. The figure that was originally sitting on the counter instantly flashed and appeared in front of a young girl. With a wave of his hand, a slap ruthlessly landed. This sudden scene caused the young girl to instantly turn pale with fright. The man beside her, on the other hand, revealed a grave expression. His body moved, and he braced himself to charge forward. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Get lost. In response, the servant sneered. His body that was stopped in midair suddenly twisted. Immediately after, A heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto the chest of the man in front of him. With just one blow, he was sent flying. When the man was sent flying, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction he flew in was actually towards Xiaoyan, who was standing at the same spot. With a sneer, the servant with a sinister face leaped back. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and turned his back to Xiaoyan, as if he was listening to Xiaoyan's situation. However, the scene that happened in the next moment caused the sneer on the servant's face to quickly change. At the same time, the expressions of the others in the arena also changed. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was calm. A thought passed through his heart and an invisible spiritual strength had already swept out, easily catching the human figure that had shot over in midair. The expression in everyone's eyes involuntarily changed when they saw this scene. At this moment, even the old man, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes shut, suddenly opened his turbid old eyes at this moment. His eyes contained surprise as he looked at Xiaoyan. His somewhat hoarse voice was filled with surprise as he said, "What are you talking about? An alchemist? Or an array master?" Xiaoyan did not comment on this. He did not even care about the old man's question. With a thought, he slowly put down the man who was gently caught by soul strength. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually ignored him, the old man could not help but narrow his old eyes. His turbid old eyes flashed. He slowly took a breath and spoke again in a deep voice. "Who are you? If you are here to cause trouble, then you have picked the wrong place." As his words fell, the old man slowly stood up. At the same time, a majestic aura spread out from the old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change except for Xiaoyan. "I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that I don't like others attacking me for no reason." Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest because of this aura. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes looked at the servant who had just attacked. Humph! With a soft snort, a solemn expression flashed across the old man's face. Xiaoyan's relaxed expression made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. Swoosh! In the next instant, a sharp sound of thunder suddenly resounded in the hall. At the same time, the old man's expression could not help but change. However, before he could react, a violent bang resounded in the hall. Immediately, the old man and the others in the hall only reacted at this moment. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that Xiaoyan was standing where the servant who attacked just now was standing. As for the servant, he had already been mercilessly stepped on by Xiaoyan. His aura was extremely weak and it was obvious that he was not far from death. This person, what a terrifying speed. The moment he saw Xiaoyan, the old man's eyes suddenly shrunk. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his old face. Traces of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. The old man was unconcerned about the life and death of that attendant. However, the thing that caused his heart to feel incomparably shocked was that Xiaoyan in front of him was actually able to instantly step on that attendant under his feet without him being able to react. This kind of shocking, frightening speed really caused the old man's heart to be incomparably shocked. "Since you are not a shop, you don't have the medicinal ingredients that I need. I think that I have indeed come to the wrong place." After saying these words casually, Xiaoyan ignored the terrified gazes of the surrounding people. He moved his feet and was about to walk out of the square pavilion. "Mr." At this moment, the old man's voice sounded again. In order to show his respect, the old man called Xiaoyan Mr. "But you want to attack me after I hit your man?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan said in a somewhat impatient manner. A month's time had already wasted quite a bit of Xiaoyan's patience. The old man before him truly caused him to feel a bit of disgust. If this guy dared to speak any more nonsense, Xiaoyan would definitely not be stingy and attack him. It was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. To the current Xiaoyan, there was nothing to be afraid of. The old man was momentarily stunned by Xiaoyan's impatient tone. After that, he hurriedly came back to his senses. A smile hurriedly appeared on his aged face. He cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and said with a smile, "Mister, don't joke around. What happened earlier was merely a small misunderstanding. However, since Mister said that you have come to purchase medicinal ingredients, Then you have naturally come to the right place to come to our square pavilion." As he said those words, the old man raised his hand, extended his palm and pointed to a staircase that led to the second floor. "The first floor is merely a floor that our square pavilion casually opened to the outside world. There is nothing valuable here. As for the second floor, it is a pavilion specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors. Only there will be true treasures. Of course, although it is a floor specially opened for high-level half-martial emperors, since Mr. is an alchemist, you will naturally be able to enter it." After the old man's words left his mouth, Xianxia, who had already walked to the entrance of the square pavilion, stopped his footsteps. After that he slowly turned around. Following the old man's finger, his gaze landed on the staircase that led to the second floor. Indeed, Xianxia was able to sense a formless power at that place. That sort of power was something that only 5-star half-martial emperors and above could pass through. Of course, with Xianxia's soul strength, he would naturally be able to pass through it easily. It was no wonder that the old man would say those words. Sensing this, Xianxia's gaze flickered slightly. After pondering for a moment, he finally raised his foot again and slowly walked towards the staircase that led to the second floor. Chapter 573. The emotion in the old man's heart finally calmed down when he saw Xianxia lift his foot and walk toward the tunnel. He immediately turned his gaze, and his face was cold as he looked at the remaining few attendants. He angrily reprimanded, "You blind thing, why aren't you dragging this bastard away? He's making a fool of himself here. In the future, he doesn't need to stay in the family anymore. He can go to the mercenary team outside the city." The expressions on the faces of the few attendants swiftly changed when they heard the furious reprimand. Their faces carried a dense fear. After which, they hurriedly walked to the front of the attendant who had fainted after being stomped by Xianxia. On one hand, they felt sorrow for this fellow in their hearts, while on the other, they also bitterly looked at each other and rejoiced in their hearts. Although the mercenary group outside the city was also formed by a group of half-emperor experts, their hunting targets were also not weak. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing much to encounter a low-level half-emperor level magical beast. However, they were afraid of those high-level magical beasts. Those fellows were terrifyingly strong. Their mercenary group had been unable to return from the hands of magical beasts of that level several times. At this moment, this old man's punishment was equivalent to pushing them to a dead end. Xianxia, who had just walked to the entrance of the stairs, could not help but pause his footsteps after hearing the old man's words. He turned his head slightly and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the old man with interest. The old man's action had undoubtedly caused Xianxia to have no reason to continue attacking. However, at the same time, it could be said that he had helped Xianxia vent his anger. Since both of them had a way out, Xianxia could no longer open his mouth to say anything. The old man appeared to have sensed Xianxia's gaze. The fierceness that was revealed on his old face a moment ago disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a warm smile. The old man cupped his hands to Xianxia and said with a smile on his face, "According to the rules of the pavilion, it is inconvenient for this old man to accompany you. Mister, please go up to the second floor alone. There will naturally be someone up there to receive you." Upon hearing this, Xianxia once again glanced at the old man. Light flickered in his eyes. Soon after, he no longer paid any attention to the old man. With a light lift of his feet, he moved towards the second floor. It wasn't until Xianxia's figure disappeared at the top of the stairs that the old man withdrew his gaze. His pair of old eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. Although he didn't know who this black-robed youth was, from the other party's spiritual strength, he could tell that he was a rank 2 alchemist. Not bad, even he couldn't easily touch an alchemist of this level. After glaring at the attendants again, the old man retracted his gaze hatefully. With a wave of his sleeve, he once again sat cross-legged in the hall. As for the others, they took advantage of this time to leave the Four Directions Pavilion. After stepping onto the second floor, Xianxia spread out his spiritual strength. Immediately, he was able to detect many experts with powerful auras. On the second floor, there were a total of 3 9-star half-martial emperors. As for the others, even the weakest among them was a 6-star half-martial emperor. When Xiao Yan appeared on the second floor, the crowd present all turned their curious gazes to Xiao Yan. Immediately, astonishment flashed past the eyes of many people present. Never would they have imagined that the person who had stepped onto the second floor of the Four Directions Pavilion would be such a young person. One must know that the rules of the Four Directions Pavilion were very strict. Even though the owner of the Four Directions Pavilion rarely bothered with the first floor, the second floor was not a place that just anyone could enter. If one wanted to enter the second floor of the Four Directions Pavilion, one must either possess a strength of at least a 6-star half-martial emperor or possess an extremely powerful spiritual strength. At the very least, one must be a rank 2 alchemist or a formation master. However, at this moment, no matter how the crowd thought about it, they were unable to imagine how this seemingly young black-gowned young man would be able to meet the two requirements. However, at the same time, the crowd also understood that since this person was able to step onto the second floor with such graceful footsteps, it was likely that the person on the first floor had already personally tested him. Otherwise, this black-gowned young man before them would definitely not appear here. However, other than those surprised gazes, the expression in the eyes of a certain old man in the square involuntarily hardened when he saw Xiao Yan. An extremely obscure glint instantly flashed deep within his turbid old eyes. Soon after, he recovered his calmness. Xiao Yan did not discover this small change. After ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he raised his foot and walked toward a counter with relatively fewer people in the hall. Only at this moment did the crowd come back to their senses. Soon after, a white-haired old man quickly walked toward Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles. He first cupped his hands in an extremely courteous manner. After that, with a face full of smiles, he warmly smiled at Xiao Yan and said, mister, do you need to purchase something? This old man is the manager of this place. If Mr. needs anything, please feel free to ask. As long as it is something that my Four Directions Pavilion can afford, we will definitely not be stingy. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change much. After seeing the group of people on the first floor, Xiao Yan did not believe that the group of people before him would be any better than them. However, regardless of what Xiao Yan was thinking at this moment, the words from the old man's mouth were what Xiao Yan wanted to hear the most right now. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He extended 2 of his fingers and gently shook them in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a piece of parchment filled with various natural treasures appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Do you have the items on this list? Xiao Yan casually handed the list in his hand to the old man in front of him as he asked with an indifferent expression. Although Xiao Yan's words appeared to be spoken in a relaxed manner with an extremely calm manner, as though the things on this list were dispensable and unimportant, the old man in front of him did not know just how anxious Xiao Yan's heart was at this moment. Facing this kind of old fox, if Xiao Yan really revealed the true thoughts in his heart on his face, he would undoubtedly be asked for an exorbitant price by this old man. On the contrary, if Xiao Yan's expression was calm, this old man would not dare to casually raise the price. Xiao Yan had seen many people like this who would raise the price on the spot. Of course, even though his expression did not change, as if he did not care at all, Xiao Yan was extremely concerned in his heart. After all, this was a big matter that concerned whether he could enter the rank 3 alchemist or not. Whether it was the 2 medicinal pills or the spiritual force, Xiao Yan could not remain calm. After receiving the list, the old man's turbid gaze first randomly swept over it. Immediately following this, a surprise involuntarily flashed across his pair of old eyes. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, the old man raised his gaze and immediately looked at Xiao Yan. He asked in a solemn voice, "Xiao Yan, what are you doing? You are a rank 3 alchemist?" Hearing this, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes was slightly startled at first, but soon after he looked at the old man without commenting and asked in a deep voice, "Just tell me, do you have the items on this list here?" Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, the old man did not dare to underestimate him. From the medicinal ingredients on the list, it was not difficult to see that the medicinal pill that was being refined was undoubtedly a rank 3 medicinal pill. Seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, then his guess was not wrong. Without hesitation, the old man quickly nodded his head and said with certainty, "Sir, we do." Chapter 574. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yan's low voice, the old man's tone did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly nodded heavily at Xiao Yan. If the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist, then just the latter's identity was enough to make the old man bow and bend his knees. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but flicker slightly. A wave of joy immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Although Xiao Yan did not know exactly what kind of things were described on the list within the word have, at the very least, it gave Xiao Yan some hope. Finally, after searching bitterly for a month, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered, allowing Xiao Yan to witness the results. Of course, even though Xiao Yan was extremely surprised in his heart, he still revealed an indifferent expression on his face. No one was able to tell what exactly Xiao Yan was feeling in his heart at this moment. This point also caused the old man in front of Xiao Yan's eyes to focus slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. He did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of him not only had great ability, but also had such a calm temperament. He did not show his emotions on his face. This kind of person was the most terrifying because one would never be able to see through the other party's face. How many do you have? Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. He pretended to be calm as he opened his mouth to ask again. Hearing this, the old man withdrew his pair of turbid old eyes, which were originally staring at Xiao Yan's face. He paused for a moment before respectfully cupping his hands toward Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Only then did he let out a dry laugh and said with an apologetic face, "Brother Xiao Yan, you are the one who has been waiting for a long time. Sir, because the value of these things that you need is too high, even my 4-way pavilion is unable to gather all of them. Currently, my 4-way pavilion only has 3 of the medicinal ingredients in stock. As for the rest, my 4-way pavilion does not have them." At the end of his words, the old man's face involuntarily revealed an apologetic expression. He gently shook his head at Xiao Yan and frowned slightly as he spoke. Facing a rank 3 alchemist, the old man's heart was incomparably nervous. After all, this kind of person was someone that even a Daoist had to greet with a smiling face. If he did not receive him well, forget about how this black-robed young man in front of him would treat him. Once this matter was known by the upper echelons of the clan, it was likely that he would also be banished from the clan. Thinking until this point, the old man's expression appeared to become even more respectful. Even his breathing had become careful. Seeing the old man reveal such an appearance, Xiao Yan's expression was unconcerned. However, in his heart, he immediately felt a wild joy at this moment. Xiao Yan originally thought that even if he could find the things that he wanted in this 4-way pavilion, there would at most be 1 or 2 of them. After all, it was just as the old man in front of him had said. The things that Xiao Yan needed could be called priceless treasures. It was impossible for an ordinary faction to possess them. Even if they did, there would only be 1 of them. Moreover, it would be the kind that would be completely hidden away. It was impossible for outsiders to know about it, much less take it out and openly sell it. However, the answer that the old man gave Xiao Yan caused Xiao Yan's heart to be filled with joy and incomparable surprise. However, from this, Xiao Yan could also see that this so-called 4-way pavilion was likely not some ordinary faction. Otherwise, how could they possess the 3 medicinal ingredients on Xiao Yan's list at the same time? The medicinal ingredients? Xiao Yan's hands were behind his back. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the old man in front of him. As he spoke, his hands, which were behind his back and covered by his sleeves, slowly clenched together. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. Seeing that Xiao Yan had spoken again, the old man hurriedly piled up a smile on his old face. He hurriedly said, "Sir, the medicinal ingredients that you want are currently in our 4-way pavilion." I'll order someone to bring them over." At the same time the old man's words sounded, he swiftly called an attendant forward. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the old man's face carried a solemn expression as he spoke a few words to the attendant by the side. After ordering him to go and return quickly, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yan with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "It will take some time for the medicinal ingredients to be brought over." During this period of time, Sir can still take a look around. Other than the medicinal ingredients on your list, our pavilion also has other high-tier medicinal ingredients. If Sir takes a fancy to them, feel free to pick them. When he said this, the old man's face could not help but reveal a confident expression. Very obviously, he also had quite a lot of confidence in the items in his four-way pavilion, even if the black-robed young man in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. His heart could not help but be moved slightly. Early on, when Xiao Yan had just reached the second floor, he had already smelled an extremely rich medicinal fragrance from the air. To Xiao Yan, this smell was extremely familiar. Other than some top-grade medicinal ingredients, there was nothing else that could emit such a rich medicinal fragrance. Xiao Yan's gaze moved quickly across the various counters in the hall. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Attached dragon branch, strange flower fruit, soul-nurturing grass. TSK. If these items were placed in the outside world, they would be able to cause a huge commotion. I did not expect that they would be placed so casually here. Seeing those rare medicinal ingredients that even he had only heard of, Xiao Yan could not help but feel shocked by the background of this four-way pavilion. Just what kind of faction was this in order to be able to randomly place these things, which could normally be called priceless treasures, in this place for others to sell? This kind of thing caused even Xiao Yan to feel a deep shock in his heart. Seeing these medicinal ingredients placed so casually on the counter, Xiao Yan could not help but want to buy them all in one go. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan walked out of the four-way pavilion in a state of shock. Only when the old man had already left the four-way pavilion and appeared on the street outside did Xiao Yan, who was looking at the medicinal ingredients at the counter, slowly straightened his body. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he slowly swept his gaze across the place. Immediately, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Earlier, Xiao Yan had clearly sensed an extremely obscure qi covering his body. That qi was clearly trying to probe something from Xiao Yan's body. However, at this moment, that qi had suddenly disappeared. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to feel some doubt in his heart. Chapter 575. That aura, exactly who is it? Xiao Yan narrowed both of his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present, only to discover that out of the 3 9-star bandits present, including the old man from earlier, there were only 2 left. I hope that I am overthinking things. His pupils tightened slightly. Xiao Yan felt an indescribable bad premonition in his heart. Earlier, as he did not pay too much attention to the situation here, he did not discover that the other 9-star half-martial emperor had already left the Four Directions pavilion without him noticing. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only hope in his heart that the other 9-star half-martial emperor did not discover anything. Otherwise, his departure would very likely bring about an enormous danger to Xiao Yan. It seems that I cannot stay in this place for long, Xiao Yan secretly said in his heart. Soon after, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the old man. No matter what, he must first obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients. As for the other medicinal ingredients, regardless of how big or small they were all placed at the back of Xiao Yan's mind. After a short period of time, the attendant who had been ordered by the old man to retrieve the medicinal ingredients returned with a white jade tray in his hands and arrived in front of the old man. A high-grade storage ring was placed on the jade tray. Without much thought, the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan wanted were definitely within the storage ring. After receiving the jade tray, the old man casually asked the attendant to leave. As for himself, he carefully inspected the items within the storage ring. Only then did he gently exhale with a face full of smiles. Soon after, he raised the tray in his hands and walked over to Xiao Yan. "Ah, milord, the 3 medicinal ingredients that you need are within this storage ring. Milord, please take a look." Walking forward, the old man looked at Xiao Yan with a smile and handed the tray with the storage ring in front of Xiao Yan as he spoke respectfully. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, he nodded his head and picked up the storage ring on the tray. At the same time, A strand of spiritual strength flew out from between his brows and entered the storage ring. Sure enough, there were 3 exquisite jade boxes placed in order within the storage ring. The jade box was tightly shut and did not open at all. However, the entire jade box was completely transparent. Through the crystal-like outer layer of the jade box, Xiaoyan could clearly see that the 3 medicinal ingredients were carefully placed within the jade box. Seeing these 3 medicinal ingredients, joy immediately surged into Xiaoyan's heart. These 3 medicinal ingredients were exactly what he needed: dragon vine blood branch, snow spirit fruit, young fire fruit. It was fine that the first 2 medicinal ingredients had changed. However, when Xiaoyan saw that the 3rd medicinal ingredient was actually the tender flame fruit, the emotion in his heart was finally unable to be suppressed at this moment. Unexpectedly, this was really unexpected. He was actually able to find the tender flame fruit in this place. One must know that this was the most important medicinal ingredient to refine the Bodhi returning pill. Even Lung Bingshuang valued it greatly. He had never imagined that Xiaoyan would actually find this item here. The tender flame fruit. It is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort. Originally, I thought that I would need to search for a few more days before I could find you. However, since this is the case, it seems that I have finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients I need to refine the Bodhi returning pill. This enormous surprise caused Xiaoyan's heart to be extremely excited at this moment. Obtaining the tender flame fruit also meant that Xiaoyan was one step closer to obtaining the icy spirit cold liquid. Currently, Xiaoyan only needed to wait until his alchemist class reached rank 3 before he could begin to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. At that time, the icy spirit pill would naturally not be a problem. After a long while, Xiaoyan's mind, which was immersed in the storage ring, finally slowly withdrew. At this moment, the old man beside him was still looking at Xiaoyan with a surprised expression on his face. There was some cold sweat on his forehead, as if he was afraid that Xiaoyan was not satisfied with these medicinal ingredients. That's right. I want all 3 of these medicinal ingredients. When he heard this, the old man's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. Although he was aware of the value of these medicinal ingredients, he was even more aware of the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. Today, if he was able to obtain the favor of a rank 3 alchemist for the clan, then to their entire clan, there would be endless benefits. At the same time, his position within the clan would certainly rise as a result. To him, this transaction was not the slightest bit of loss. Of course, the precondition for this was that the black-robed young man in front of him was really a rank 3 alchemist. If he were to know that the Xiaoyan in front of him was actually only a rank 2 alchemist, just what kind of thoughts would this old man have in his heart? Tell me, how much are these 3 medicinal ingredients worth? I will buy all of them. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth. His expression was calm and there was not the slightest ripple. If this was in the past, Xiaoyan would really not have the confidence to say such words. After all, there was not much of the D-tier medicinal pills that he had refined. However, the reason why the current Xiaoyan had the confidence to say these words was all thanks to the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhao Xian. As an elite Do-D, the foundation in Zhao Xian's hands was naturally extraordinary. Just the D-tier medicinal pills alone, there were over 10 of them in his storage ring. There were even over a dozen rank 3 medicinal pills. As for the other various medicinal ingredients, there was an even greater amount. Therefore, after receiving all the wealth of this elite Do-D, it was not a problem for Xiaoyan to obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients with his current financial strength. Hearing the satisfaction that was emitted from Xiaoyan's words, the old man's heart was incomparably happy. However, soon after, the old man hurriedly waved his hand at Xiaoyan and hurriedly said with a smile, "You are too polite. It is only 3 medicinal ingredients. In any case, placing them in our 4 pavilions will only end up burying them. Rather than wasting them like this, why don't I make the decision and gift these 3 medicinal ingredients to you? It is just that. Cuckoo, you want me to owe you a favor?" Seeing the embarrassed smile on the old man's face, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately changed his tone and laughed. Sir, I do not have any other intentions. I only hope that, sure, it is just a favor. I already owe a lot. I do not lack this little bit. Soon after, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded without waiting for the old man's words to sound. He wore the storage ring on his hand and laughed in a seemingly magnanimous manner. Xiaoyan's decisive words also caused the old man's expression to be stunned. He did not expect that the black-robed, young man in front of him would actually so easily agree to this favor. Alchemists? They are really a group of people who do not play by the rules, the old man quietly muttered in his heart. However, at this moment, he was even more happy in his heart. With these words from Xiaoyan, it was likely that his position in the clan would swiftly rise in the future. At that time, why would he need to continue staying in this 4 pavilions to look at other people's faces? However, as if he wanted to completely capture Xiaoyan, the old man's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and hurriedly inhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to be slightly startled. Soon after, the old man hurriedly opened his mouth again to Xiaoyan and said in a serious voice, "Sir, I have a piece of information here that might be able to help you obtain the remaining few items on this list. However, I wonder if you are willing to listen?" After the old man's voice sounded, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately focused. He did not expect that this old man would bring him so many surprises. Chapter 576. At this moment, Xiaoyan and the old man were standing in a spacious and empty room. Xiaoyan unceremoniously sat on the seat that had been prepared. The old man, on the other hand, stood a short distance in front of Xiaoyan in a respectful manner. "Tell me, what is the news?" Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man in front of him. There seemed to be an invisible pressure gradually pressing on the old man's heart, causing his heart to suddenly tighten. Looking at Xiaoyan's appearance, it seemed as though he would attack at any moment. Cough, cough. The old man's old face was slightly pale as he coughed twice. After pausing for a moment, he carefully opened his mouth and asked Xiaoyan, "May I ask, sir, is there a problem with your spiritual strength?" Xiaoyan frowned. He did not know that the old man would actually ask such a question. His heart immediately tightened. Immediately, the old man seemed to be afraid that Xiaoyan would misunderstand and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I only saw that the soul baby fruit was written on the list. Therefore, I was curious and asked such a question." After hearing these words, the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart slowly calmed down. At the same time, a chill surfaced in his eyes as he looked at the old man in front of him. This caused the old man's body to involuntarily tremble. In his heart, he was even more fearful of Xiaoyan. "Recently, my spiritual strength is in need of a breakthrough. Therefore, I conveniently searched for it. Why, are you very curious about my condition?" With a cold gaze, Xiaoyan's tone was slightly sinister as he said. The old man's body trembled and a chill swiftly rose from the bottom of his feet. After which, he hurriedly bowed respectfully towards Xiaoyan and coughed twice before speaking with an embarrassed face. "Cough, cough, sir, you must be joking. Just now, I was merely curious only." As the old man spoke, his voice unconsciously trembled. At the same time, cold sweat swiftly flowed down from the wrinkles on his forehead. "What about now?" Xiaoyan's tone was cold and indifferent, but in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. I'm not curious anymore. The old man hurriedly lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Xiaoyan sneered, but the old man in front of him had his head buried deep, so he didn't know about it at all. "Go ahead and tell me. I don't believe that you would ask those questions for no reason." Xiaoyan withdrew his tone. Only then did the old man in front of him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he recalled that he did indeed have something to say earlier. However, due to Xiaoyan's pressure, he had momentarily become at a loss and forgot to say it. "Sir, although our 4-way pavilion does not have the soul baby fruit, I know that there is a place where this kind of natural treasure that possesses spiritual strength exists." Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned serious, and joy involuntarily rose in his heart. If it was really as the old man in front of him had said, then perhaps there was hope for his spiritual strength to break through to rank 3. When he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression, joy also rose in the old man's heart. Although the alchemist's temperament was strange and fickle, if he could cater to the alchemist's preferences, he might be able to bind the black-robed young man in front of him to him. He would not easily miss such a good opportunity. "Where is the thing that you want to talk about?" After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan did not ignore the old man's words because of his excitement. The old man involuntarily clicked his tongue in wonder in his heart when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually recovered his calmness so quickly. This kind of mental state was really difficult to imagine that it would actually appear in the body of a member of the younger generation. After all, it was likely that even some of the experts from the older generation would not be able to calm their hearts so quickly after hearing such news. After a slight pause, the old man organized the following words in his heart. He really did not want to be angrily glared at by Xiao Yan in front of him again. After a short few breaths, the old man finally lifted his head. His gaze slowly looked toward Xiao Yan, and his tone carefully asked, "May I know if sir has heard about the matter of the desolate ancient ruins?" "Huh!" When he heard this, Xiao Yan was stunned, and his face involuntarily revealed a puzzled expression. He had really never heard of what the old man in front of him had said. When he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, the old man's heart finally relaxed a little, and his mouth softly exhaled a breath of relief. Soon after, his tone was somewhat uncertain as he said, "Sir, recently there have been rumors that at the border of the Shilin mountain range, as well as a place that borders the human world, there seems to have been an ancient ruin discovered. The natural treasure that you need, which possesses spiritual strength, is located there. You say that I need it, but I still do not know what exactly it is." Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly, but his tone was extremely flat. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, the old man could not help but smile awkwardly. Originally, he wanted to keep Xiao Yan in suspense, but looking at the situation, the Xiao Yan in front of him was already a little impatient. Helplessly, the old man could only smile embarrassedly. Soon after, he frowned slightly and pretended to be deep in thought. After confirming that his memory was correct, he opened his mouth to Xiao Yan and said, "Sir, the thing that I am talking about is the soul-consolidating fruit." "Yes." When the old man's voice fell, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly shook, and an incomparably excited expression immediately surged into the depths of his eyes. Even his body, which was originally sitting on the chair, could not help but suddenly stand up at this moment. Just this point alone was enough to prove the waves in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. Soul-consolidating fruit. Soul-consolidating fruit. I really did not expect it. I did not even dare to think about this thing, but I did not expect that you would actually take the initiative to deliver it to me. The voice in his mouth softly muttered. Xiao Yan also felt a little surprised in his heart because of this. When Xiao Yan first wrote this list, Xiao Yan had already thought of the soul-consolidating fruit. This kind of fruit could be said to be extremely suitable for the current Xiao Yan. If he had it, Xiao Yan had absolute confidence that he would be able to break through his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist. However, it was also because of the soul-consolidating fruit's extraordinary effects that it was rare and not easy to find. Therefore, Xiao Yan placed his target on the relatively more likely soul-infant fruit. However, he did not expect that what made Xiao Yan surprised was that there was still no news of the soul-infant fruit, but there was actually already news of the soul-consolidating fruit. The soul-consolidating fruit. This kind of fruit was neither a flower nor a fruit. However, it possessed an extremely large and pure spiritual strength. This kind of large spiritual strength was enough to allow an ordinary rank 2 alchemist to swiftly raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 3 alchemist in the shortest amount of time. Most importantly, the large spiritual strength that the soul-consolidating fruit possessed could allow anyone to directly swallow and refine it without any side effects. It was also because of this that this soul-consolidating fruit had become an object that all alchemists and formation masters yearned for in their hearts. After all, if one relied purely on training to raise one's spiritual strength, one would need an unknown amount of time. However, a small fruit was currently able to create a rank 3 alchemist or a rank 3 formation master within a short period of time. It was likely that any alchemist below rank 3 would not bear to miss out on this kind of huge temptation. Even Xiao Yan was no exception to this point. Chapter 577. In the other hall, when the old man saw that Xiao Yan had such a big reaction, he was not surprised but happy. Indeed, this was what he wanted to see the most at this moment. From his point of view, the greater the commotion in Xiao Yan's heart, the better it would be. This would only improve their relationship. The greater the favor Xiao Yan in front of him owed him, the more he would be able to help him in the future. He would also have an even greater reason to get this rank 3 alchemist to act on his behalf. For him, this was really killing many birds with one stone. He just didn't expect that the black-robed young man in front of him didn't know anything about this desolate ancient ruins. However, this news was only spread in recent months. Perhaps during this period, Xiao Yan was in an inconspicuous city, bitterly searching for the medicinal herbs he needed. Of course, all of this was not important to the old man. What he really cared about was whether Xiao Yan in front of him could bring him great benefits. Are you sure? Are you sure that thing is really the condensing soul fruit? Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who stood up in front of him, stared at the old man. There was a different meaning in his tone. It was both excited and suspicious. Noticing Xiao Yan's dark black, deep eyes shooting over, the old man's body involuntarily shuddered. It must be said that the black-robed young man in front of him may appear ordinary, but the invisible pressure that he gave him was not the slightest bit inferior to those in charge within the clan. Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but secretly feel scared. He could only think that maybe he was thinking too much. After recovering, the old man's face quickly surged with a respectful smile. He smiled respectfully at Xiao Yan and said, "Sir, you can rest assured about this. I am willing to use my life to guarantee that my news is definitely not wrong." When the old man's words fell, he did not forget to secretly add a sentence in his heart. "This news has now spread crazily in the few big cities around. I'm afraid that you are the only one who doesn't know." Of course, Xiao Yan naturally didn't know about these words. However, even if he knew, he believed that he wouldn't take it to heart. As long as a ruin appeared, it would be strange if it didn't attract attention from all directions. Therefore, Xiao Yan didn't have too many doubts about the words of the old man in front of him. After thinking for a while, he nodded his head non-committally. And when Xiao Yan obtained part of the news about the ruins at the same time, on the other side, outside the most magnificent courtyard in Coldstream City, the white-robed old man who had left the Four Directions Pavilion earlier had already appeared here. Standing outside the manor, the old man slowly lifted his gaze. His pair of densely white eyes looked at the signboard in front of him. The two large words were flickering with a bright golden light. The expression in the old man's eyes flickered slightly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously parted into a cold smile. Sun Mansion. When the guard in front of the door saw the person who came, a respectful smile quickly appeared on his originally indifferent face. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man, and at the same time he also respectfully called out, "Sir, sir." "Greetings, old Bai." Hearing this, the cold smile on the old man's face slowly disappeared. In the end, it became indifference. After which, he softly snorted and said in a deep voice, "Humph, I have an important matter to discuss with your family head. Quickly bring me to see him." Hearing the words from the old man's mouth, the two guards did not dare to slight him in the slightest. They hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man again. After which, they made an inviting gesture to the old man. At the same time, they hurriedly opened the tightly shut door behind them. After a cold snort, the old man no longer acted courteously. Without waiting for the guard to lead the way, his body flashed and he instantly entered the courtyard. Seeing the white-robed old man who had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of the two guards in front of the door instantly became overwhelmed with shock. What frightening speed! As expected of a 9-star half-martial emperor expert. That's right. However, if he is compared to the family head, he is far inferior. Tisich, the family head, is a dignified elite Dodi. Regardless of how fast Bai Yi is, how can a 9-star half-martial emperor be faster than a Dodi? However, if we were to compare the both of us, TSK, even though we are all half martial emperors, we pale in comparison to Bai Yi. The two armored guards in front of the courtyard mocked each other. At the same time, the white-robed old man who was called Bai Yi had also used a swift speed to fly past a cluster of buildings within a short moment. After which, he arrived in front of the most majestic building within the courtyard, the main hall of the Sun Manor. Haha, brother Bai Yi, why have you returned after leaving just now? Don't tell me that you have forgotten to inform me of something? You can be rest assured that with me around, as long as that brat called Xiao Yan dares to appear in my Coldstream City, I will immediately dispatch people to capture him. High in the sky, before Bai Ye's body could land, a deep voice that appeared to be quite imposing was emitted from the main hall below like a rumbling thunder. The person who spoke appeared to have sensed Bai Ye's arrival. It was as though he had been waiting here for a long time. Bai Ye's heart involuntarily became awed when he heard that thunder-like voice. An elite Daoist was really this frightening. Just the aura and pressure contained within those words caused Bai Ye's heart to tremble. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of apocalyptic scene it would be if they were to fight. However, Bai Ye's emotions swiftly recovered their calmness soon after. At the same time, his body, which was standing in the sky, flashed slightly and swiftly landed in front of the main hall below. Bai Ye's gaze shifted downwards. In front of the main hall, there was a middle-aged man with a strong body wearing embroidered clothes. He was smiling as he waited with his hands behind his back. Brother Bai Yi left in the morning and hurried back to my Sun Manor in the afternoon. Looks like Brother Bai Yi has deep feelings for my Sun clan. The middle-aged large man looked at Bai Yi with a smile that was not a smile. The expression in his eyes appeared quite sharp. Bai Yi involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He did not expect that all of his movements were being monitored by this person in front of him. Clan head son is also concerned about me. However, the reason I have returned this time around is not for any other reason. Instead, there is something that I feel that there is a need to inform you of. Bai Yi frowned deeply as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was a long while later before he slowly spoke in a solemn tone. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared intently at Bai Yi in front of him. It was as though he was examining the credibility of the latter's words. After a couple of breaths, the middle-aged man finally laughed softly and opened his mouth to speak. Haha, brother Bai Yi, please don't misunderstand. You should also know that as a Daoist, I am able to sense anyone whose aura I know as long as they are in my Coldstream City. Therefore, this is really an unintentional act. But brother Bai Yi, you said that you have sensed something this time around. May I know? Although the middle-aged man appeared to have a straightforward character, his words were tactful and detailed, causing one to not dare to be careless. The reason I have come this time around is to tell clan head son that I have seen a person in your four-way pavilion. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He had seen many people. Who was this person? Brother Bai Yi, please speak frankly. I do not like to waste my brain. Cuckoo, since clan head son is not willing to think too much, I will speak frankly. This person is the person you mentioned earlier. Suddenly, the expression of the middle-aged man solidified. He involuntarily let out a soft exclamation with Bai Yi in front of him. Xiao Yan. Chapter 578. Xiao Yan. It was a long while later before the middle-aged man gradually woke up from the thoughts in his heart. However, he still could not resist softly muttering Xiao Yan's name. You mean that Xiao Yan is currently in my Coldstream City? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Bai Yi in front of him. His voice was somewhat low and deep as he spoke. Cuckoo, that's right. Chief son, not only is Xiao Yan currently in Coldstream City, but he is also in the Four Directions Pavilion established by the Sun Clan. Bai Yi parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He revealed a row of densely white teeth. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the smile on Bai Ye's face, which should have appeared warm, appeared dark and cold at this moment. A joy immediately surfaced on the middle-aged man's face when he heard the words from Bai Ye's mouth. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan would actually take the initiative to deliver himself to their doorstep. As long as they were able to capture Xiao Yan and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword sect, it would be quite beneficial to their Sun clan. The 4 large clans under the Heavenly Sword sect, Hua, Zhua, Bai, and Sun, each managed the 4 regions within the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. The distribution of the regions was based on the contributions of the 4 large clans. For the past 100 years, their Sun clan had always been at the bottom. Even now, the region that they were allocated was the smallest. However, if they were able to capture Xiao Yan and deliver him to the Heavenly Sword sect, the positions of the 4 large clans would undergo a great reshuffling. The size of the region was directly related to the profits that their entire clan could obtain. This was also related to the overall strength of their entire clan. This was something that they could not afford to not pay attention to. Moreover, Xiao Yan had disappeared for 3 years. Now that he had reappeared, the bounty that the 4 large sects had announced for him was something that even these elite Dodi were extremely tempted in their hearts. If they were able to obtain that bounty, in addition to their Sun clan capturing Xiao Yan, they would be able to perform a great service for the Heavenly Sword sect. At that time, the Sun clan would be able to obtain far more than this. When he thought of this, the middle-aged man's heart immediately moved slightly. Once Xiao Yan was captured by his Sun clan, the leader of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect would change hands. Bai Yi, who was in front of him, laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. If the head of the Sun clan could think of this, how could he not? Long before he had arrived at the Sun clan, he had already used a secret technique to inform the Bai clan behind him. Unfortunately, the territories of the Sun and Bai clans were adjacent to each other. As their neighbor, the Bai clan would likely arrive here soon. This was the reason why Bai Yi had intentionally delayed for so long. Although the 2 clans were separated by territories, the distance between them was still quite great. However, Bai Yi was confident that the head of the Bai clan would definitely personally come once Xiao Yan appeared. With his strength as a Dodi, this little distance would not take much time. Bai Yi involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart when he thought of this. As long as the head of the Sun clan arrived, it would be hard to say just which clan would end up with Xiao Yan. However, Bai Yi's gaze immediately turned. His eyes flickered in a manner that was undetectable. After which, he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and opened his mouth once again. His tone carried some ridicule as he laughed. However, I think that at this very moment, the manager of the 4 Directions Pavilion, Sunhua, should be surrounding Xiao Yan with a heart filled with joy. Ha! The middle-aged man immediately knit his brows tightly when he heard this. The expression on his face swiftly became gloomy. What do you mean by this? The middle-aged man slowly clenched his hands behind his back. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Bai Yi and asked in a low voice. At the same time that he spoke, circular invisible ripples slowly spread out from the empty space around the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Bai Yi's heart could not help but feel terrified. Soon after, he once again opened his mouth with a smile and said, "Cuckoo, head of the Sun clan, this matter is not made up by me. However, that Xiao Yan seems to have already become a rank 3 alchemist." Huh? Rank 3 alchemist? The expression of the middle-aged man in front of Bai Yi instantly changed when the words from his mouth sounded. A deep shock involuntarily surged within his pair of sharp eyes. Even though this head of the Sun clan had some understanding of Xiao Yan, he only knew that Xiao Yan had once survived under the joint attack of the leaders of the 4 large sections. He also knew that Xiao Yan possessed the frightening ability to challenge those of a higher class. However, he did not know that Xiao Yan was actually an alchemist. Moreover, he was actually a rank 3 alchemist. Rank 3 alchemist Xiao Yan. How is this possible? The muscles on the middle-aged man's face involuntarily twitched intensely. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Indeed, with the status of a member of the younger generation, Xiao Yan was actually able to train his Dou-Qi and spiritual strength to such an extent at such a young age. This kind of matter was indeed hard to imagine. Of course, what they did not know was that even though the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was not weak, there was still quite a large distance between him and the level of a rank 3 alchemist. At the end of the day, the current Xiao Yan was only a rank 2 alchemist. The reason why they would think that Xiao Yan was a rank 3 alchemist was because the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed were basically medicinal ingredients for refining rank 3 medicinal pills and above. That was all. Cuckoo, the head of the Sun clan, should also be able to understand the importance of a rank 3 alchemist. From the way I see it, Elder Sun Hua of your clan is doing this for the good of your clan. After all, if you are able to recruit a rank 3 alchemist, I believe that your clan will be able to easily take the position of the head of the 4 large clans with the influence of a rank 3 alchemist in less than a year. The future of the Sun clan can be said to be very bright. Hearing these words, the expression in the middle-aged man's eyes immediately brightened. As an elite Daoist, he naturally understood the importance of a rank 3 alchemist in his heart. If his Sun clan was able to obtain the help of a rank 3 alchemist, the future of the Sun clan would really be bright. However, the middle-aged man immediately frowned. He did not believe that a member of the Bai clan, who had fought alongside his Sun clan for so many years, would say such words. As expected, Bai Yi first displayed a respectful manner. After cupping his hands together toward the middle-aged man, he turned his eyebrows and pretended to frown and shake his head in a pitiful manner. With a click of his tongue, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, this rank 3 alchemist just had to be Xiao Yan. He is someone that the 4 large sects want to capture. If the head of the Sun clan really dares to recruit him, stop acting pretentious in front of this clan head. A mere 9-star half-emperor like you does not have the qualification to make irresponsible remarks in front of this clan head. Before the words from Bai Ye's mouth sounded, the head of the Sun clan suddenly let out a cold snort and interrupted him. It was also at this moment that a turbulent aura was suddenly transmitted over from the horizon outside of Coldstream City. The strength of that aura was not inferior even when compared to the head of the Sun clan. The expression of the middle-aged man within the Sun mansion in the city instantly changed when this aura attacked. He turned his eyes and his sharp eyes immediately landed on Bai Yi in front of him. Both of his eyes suddenly surged with a raging fury. Bai Ye's eyes were filled with a fiery fury. Bai Ye's expression changed. Bai Yi, you are purposely stalling for time. This person was the head of the Bai clan. Chapter 579. Within the Sun mansion, the clan head of the Sun clan revealed a fierce glint as he stared at Bai Yi in front of him. His pair of sharp eyes revealed a raging killing intent at this moment. Bai Yi, you actually dare to tease this venerable self and purposely stall for time. At this moment, the raging killing intent on the face of the clan head of the Sun clan was obvious. The words in his mouth had become a little hoarse because of the anger in his chest. Clan head of the Sun clan, both of us are doing this for the sake of our clans. If your Sun clan wants Xiao Yan, how can my Bai clan not interfere? I, Bai Yi, am not the kind of person who will betray my clan. Bai Yi ridiculed when he heard this. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expression of the clan head of the Sun clan to become even more gloomy. If you were honest, this venerable self would still be courteous to you. However, since you insist on seeking death, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. Seeing Bai Ye's treacherous manner, the expression of the clan head of the Sun clan involuntarily turned green. Soon after, however, it transformed into an even more turbulent killing intent. At the same time that the furious cry from the clan head of the Sun clan sounded, his strong body suddenly shook. The turbulent aura within his body also suddenly swept out at this moment. It transformed into an invisible wave that carried an aura that came from all directions as it violently swept toward Bai Yi. With such a close distance and the difference in strength between the two, Bai Yi had no way of dodging. In the blink of an eye, that frightening aura had already arrived in front of Bai Yi with a momentum that could break bamboo. Soon after, it was about to violently smash onto Bai Ye's body. At this moment, Bai Ye's heart was also extremely terrified. He did not have the chance to retaliate when faced with an attack from a Daoist. Currently, he did not even have the chance to dodge. He could only watch this invisible aura violently smash onto his body. In the next instant, a deep and loud laughter was suddenly emitted from the sky above Coldstream City. At the same time, A terrifying aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to the former suddenly descended and instantly blocked the aura that was emitted by the head of the Sun clan. Ha, Sun Shua, you want to kill someone from my Bai family right in front of me? You are truly tyrannical. As the aura of the head of the Sun clan, Sun Shua, was blocked, a middle-aged man in a long white robe slowly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Bai Yi. Seeing his master, Bai Ye's face immediately surged with surprise. He hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man in front of him and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving my life, Patriarch." Facing this, the middle-aged man in front of him still had his back to Bai Yi. He only raised a hand and casually waved it. Then he raised his gaze and looked at the head of the Sun family, Sun Shua, with a faint smile. "Huh, Sun Shua, you and I have both guarded our respective clans for many years. It has been a long time since we last met. Now that we have met, you have become much stronger than before." The head of the Bai clan looked at Sun Shua with a smile on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light shot out from the depths of his pupils. "Oof, Bai Ying, you are not weaker than me. Your strength has actually reached the middle stage of a 3-star Do Di." Sun Shua coldly snorted. His tone did not appear to be at a disadvantage. "Ha, same to you. Since you are able to train to this level, wouldn't I become a joke if I couldn't?" Bai Ying laughed out loud. His laughter was deliberately wrapped by Do Chi, allowing everyone in Coldstream City to clearly hear it. At the same time, the belittling intent within his words was also clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in Coldstream City. "Humph, I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you. I'm afraid that you do not have any good intentions in coming here this time around." Sun Shua's eyes stared at Bai Ying in front of him. His tone was filled with ruthlessness. He was also extremely afraid of the latter. This fellow in front of him was the same as the clan heads of the other two clans. They had all competed with him for many years. Now that they had met, it was unexpected that they were evenly matched. It was just that he did not know just how strong the clan heads of the Zhou clan and the Hua clan were. After all, the Zhou clan was the leader amongst the 4 great clans, followed by the Hua clan. Currently, the Bai clan and the Sun clan were basically equal in strength. He did not know just how developed those two clans had become. "Hey, what do you mean by I do not have any good intentions? I heard that Xiao Yan has arrived at Coldstream City. I am afraid that clan head Sun will not be able to capture him. Therefore, I have specially come to help. After all, if that Xiao Yan manages to escape in your Sun clan's territory, it will not only cause your Sun clan to lose face. If the Heavenly Sword sect were to blame you, this sin is something that you will not be able to bear." Bai Ying's face seemed to smile as he stared at Sun Shua and laughed. "Umph, Bai Ying, are you sincerely looking down on my Sun clan?" A fury involuntarily rose in Sun Shua's heart when he heard Bai Ying's words. His face was green and the muscles on his face were slightly distorted. "Ha, brother Sun, why do you say this? I am only worried about you. After all, the Sun clan is one of our 4 great clans. If you lose face, the other 3 clans will also lose face. Stop uttering nonsense. Since you have come with a motive, why do you need to pretend to be benevolent? That's right, Xiao Yan is currently in my Coldstream City. However, capturing him is a matter of my Sun clan. Bai Ying, you better mind your own business." Sun Shua's face was filled with anger as he stared at Bai Ying. His pair of sharp eyes appeared as though they were about to spit fire. The pair of fists under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. The Do Chi within his body churned and the space around Sun Shua's body began to fluctuate intensely. "Haha, brother Sun Shua, those who have come are guests. Why do you need to be angry? Moreover, this is the territory of your Sun clan. If you and I were to fight, my Bai clan would be fine. However, if the fight were to affect your Sun clan, the losses would outweigh the gains. As for the matter of capturing Xiao Yan, why don't both our clans rely on our own abilities?" Bai Ying smiled faintly as he looked at Sun Shua. The expression on his face appeared unusually easygoing. Compared to Sun Shua, Bai Ying was like an easygoing middle-aged uncle, causing one to instinctively feel a sense of closeness. Rely on our own abilities? Based on what abilities? Hearing Bai Ying's words, Sun Shua frowned gloomily. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally raised his head and stared at Bai Ying with a fierce face as he asked in a low voice. "Haha, this is simple. Everyone says that Xiao Yan possesses the ability to challenge those of a higher class. Since both of us are elite Do Di, it is inconvenient for us to fight. In that case, we should just let those below the Do Di level take action. Whichever side first restrains Xiao Yan will be the side that Xiao Yan will belong to." Bai Ying parted his mouth and smiled when he saw that Sun Shua had taken the bait. An obscure glint involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes. When the words from his mouth sounded, Bai Ying's gaze also looked at Bai Yi behind him. Hearing Bai Ying's words, the expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily became a little startled. It was unexpected that Bai Ying would actually raise such a request. However, the most important thing was that he did not limit the number of people. In this way, was he not openly pushing Xiao Yan into the arms of his Sun clan? After thinking for a moment, a smile involuntarily appeared on Sun Shua's face. It was as though Xiao Yan had already become a turtle in his jar. All he needed to do was to send someone out and easily retrieve him. Not long after, his Sun clan would become the leader of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. "Haha, Bai Ying, since you are willing to give him away, this clan head shall not be polite and accept it." All right. I will agree to your request. Both our clans will send people. Whichever side is the first to restrain Xiao Yan will belong to that side. Hearing this, Bai Ying nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. All right. We will do as Brother Sun Shua says." While the 2 people in the Sun clan were laughing loudly as though they were doing business, Xiao Yan, who was in the 4 pavilions, also clearly heard all of this. Immediately, his entire face swiftly became gloomy at this moment. It was unexpected that this group of people would actually treat him as an object to fight over. They really treated him, Xiao Yan, as a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by everyone. Chapter 580. In that case, Bai Yi, I'll leave the important task of taking down Xiao Yan to you. You can't fail. Bai Ying solemnly looked at Bai Yi. His expression was extremely serious. Hearing this, Bai Yi's heart could not help but tighten. Even his expression changed slightly. He had never thought that his family's family head would agree to Sun Shua's decision. From Bai Yi's understanding of Bai Ying, his family's family head was not the kind of person who was willing to take a loss. After all, this was the Sun family's territory. If the Sun family went back on their word, the Bai family would not be able to explain themselves. At the same time, Sun Shua, who was behind Bai Ying, looked at Bai Ying, who had his back to him, and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. Bai Ying had fought with his Sun family for many years. Sun Shua understood the latter's temperament very well. The person in front of him was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss. Once he set his eyes on a prey, even if he could not kill it, he would not be satisfied until he tore off a piece of flesh. However, Bai Ying had actually said such words in front of him. This made him feel suspicious. At the same time, Bai Yi, who was standing in front of Bai Ying, was about to speak with a hesitant expression. However, Bai Ying spoke again with a grave expression. "Bai Yi, only you can take on this matter. This matter concerns the face of our Bai family. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, this Sun guy will gain prestige. Won't he laugh at our Bai family for having no one?" After Bai Ying spoke, Bai Yi lowered his head with a solemn expression. He could only helplessly nod at Bai Ying. After all, this was the family head's decision. He had no right to change it, nor did he have the right to refute it. Seeing this, Bai Ying nodded with a smile. However, Bai Yi, who had lowered his head, did not notice that at this moment, there was a flash of light in the depths of Bai Ying's eyes. "But Patriarch, this is the Sun family's territory. He has the advantage of numbers. If Sun Shua sends more people, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage as well?" After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yi raised his head. At the same time, the expression on Bai Ying's face quickly returned to normal. He smiled slightly and said to Bai Yi in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Young Master Bai, oh Bai Yi, while what you said is correct, do you think that since it's something that you can think of, I can't think of it?" Hearing this, Bai Yi came back to his senses. At the same time, the expression on his face quickly changed. He quickly bowed and apologized to Bai Ying, saying, "Please forgive me. This subordinate is slow-witted. I have absolutely no intention of belittling the patriarch." "Ha, it's fine. I know you're doing this for the good of the clan, so..." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Ying suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Shua. His eyes narrowed as he spoke to Sun Shua in a serious tone. He narrowed his eyes and said, "However, Patriarch Sun, I think that before that, there is something that needs to be explained to you." Sun Shua raised his eyebrows. He knew what Bai Ying wanted to say, but he pretended not to know. He chuckled and asked with a look of knowing the answer. He laughed and said, "Hee, I wonder if Patriarch Bai has any questions?" Only Bai Yi and I are here in my Bai family. If I don't do anything, he will be the only one. Therefore, if your Sun family sends people, it is reasonable. You can't blame me for not having anyone in your Bai family. This is my Sun family. As long as I want to, I can send as many people as I want. If Patriarch Bai has the ability, I will not stop you." Before Bai Ying could finish speaking, Sun Shua coldly snorted and interrupted him with a sneer. "You?" Immediately, fury surged onto Bai Ying's face. His originally amiable expression suddenly became somewhat distorted and ferocious at this moment. His hands, which had extended out of his sleeves, trembled violently. His eyes were practically spitting flames of fury. Upon seeing this, Sun Shua coldly chuckled. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a cold smile. After which, he suddenly waved his large hand. His sleeves fluttered, emitting a fluttering sound. A formless wind also swept across the courtyard. "Everyone in my Sun family, listen up. From now on, all 9-star half-emperors are to go to the Four Directions Pavilion and capture that rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan. Whoever can capture him, I'll reward him with a tier 3 medicinal pill." "No, 2. Sun Shua's loud shout rang out. Instantly, the entire Coldstream city seemed to have been struck by lightning. Sun Shua's words exploded in the ears of everyone in the city. In the blink of an eye, the hearts of everyone in the city were deeply shaken by Sun Shua's words. From Sun Shua's words, it was clear that Xiao Yan, who was listed as the most wanted person by the 4 great sects, was actually in their Coldstream city. Furthermore, it seemed like Xiao Yan was currently in the Four Directions Pavilion in the city. Immediately, greed rose in the hearts of all the half-martial emperors in the city. They were also extremely interested in the reward offered by the 4 large sections. It was just that they were helpless in being unable to find Xiao Yan. Since he had already appeared in this place, how could everyone in the city easily miss this opportunity to capture him? In the blink of an eye, not only did the Sun family's 9-star half-emperors move, the experts from all over the city also moved upon hearing the news. At this moment, Xiao Yan was in the Four Directions Pavilion. This was something that Sun Shua had personally said. It could not be false. Within a short span of a few breaths, the enormous Coldstream city had swiftly descended into chaos because of the words that had come out of Sun Shua's mouth. Of course, it could also be said to be chaotic. However, it could also be said to be orderly. Everyone in the city had the same goal, and they were all gathering in the same direction in the city. If this scene were to be seen from high up in the sky, it could be described as grand. Countless experts surged out the Do Chi within their bodies. Numerous Do Chi light pillars shot straight to the 9 heavens. Immediately, everyone's bodies moved. One after another, they flickered, leaving behind numerous brilliant afterimages in the sky. Tens of thousands of people did the same thing as they swiftly gathered at the same spot in the city. If one were to look at this scene from high up in the sky, it would appear as though countless fireflies were being sucked in by something. As they crazily surged in, the light at the very center gradually became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Sun Hua, who was originally standing respectfully in front of Xiao Yan in the 4 pavilions, had shock written all over his face at this moment. When Sun Shua's words were transmitted from his mouth, the original thoughts in Sun Hua's heart were shattered like a cluster of fog. Disbelief filled his heart. No matter what, he would never have imagined that the rank 3 alchemist in front of him, who could bring him to a higher position, was actually Xiao Yan, whom the four great sects wanted to join hands to eliminate. How is this possible? Sun Hu's face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. His eyes swiftly turned crimson. His skinny body trembled intensely at this moment. His fingers slowly pointed at Xiao Yan. The reward that Sun Hua gave might be tempting to an ordinary person, but Sun Hua was completely unmoved. If the person in front of him was not Xiao Yan, the Tier 3 medicinal pill that he would be able to obtain would be far more than what Sun Hua had promised. However, now, everything had turned into bubbles. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. His smile contained ridicule and disdain. Yes, the person that your clan head is referring to is me, Xiao Yan. Chapter 581. Xiao Yan. Sun Hua's body trembled intensely within the four-way building. The words in his mouth appeared to have been forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. It sounded as though it was filled with fury while suppressing the sorrow in his heart. Puff! When the fury in his chest burned to its limit, the powerful Do Qi within Sun Hua's body suddenly erupted. At the same time, the fury in his chest transformed into an endless killing intent. Since I am unable to obtain anything, I will kill you today. Today, the old me will tear you into 10,000 pieces. A hoarse cry was emitted from Sun Hua's mouth like a beast's roar. Sun Hua's grimacing appearance appeared especially terrifying. Ha! Sun Hua's body suddenly shot forward with a hoarse, furious roar. He was just like a cannonball as he swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan, who was in close proximity. Dark green Do Qi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of Sun Hua's body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a solid armor that wrapped around his entire body. The armor was covered with sharp thorns that were especially sharp. When it cut through the air, it left behind numerous dark black crack lines in the surrounding empty space. An invisible wind was like a sharp blade that swept across the interior of the room. Banging sounds of explosions continued to resound. At this moment, regardless of whether it was under his feet, above his head, or the other decorations in the room, everything was turned into pieces by Sun Hua's attack. The unstoppable strength caused anyone who saw it to be shocked. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of Sun Hua, had an unmoved expression on his face. There was even a faint cold smile lingering in Xiao Yan's heart. Cuckoo! Suddenly, a faint cold laugh was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Sun Hua attacked furiously. Only then did Xiao Yan raise his hand. His action appeared slow yet swift. There was a sense of urgency amidst the slowness, and afterimages were densely packed. Sun Hua's heart became even more furious when he saw Xiao Yan's face reveal a cold smile. A hoarse low roar was once again emitted from his throat. The strength of the solid armor on the surface of his body became even more terrifying. However, the next moment, clang! Xiao Yan's hand gently landed on the armor in front of him, which was covered with sharp thorns. This light palm strike easily blocked Sun Hua, who was charging over ferociously. The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Sun Hua's face under the armor to suddenly become shocked. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw that the expression on Xiao Yan's face was still calm. Sun Hua didn't seem to be putting any substantial pressure on Xiao Yan. It could even be said that Sun Hua's all-out attack was nothing but a piece of cake for Xiao Yan. How is this possible? Sun Hua's eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The expression on his face was one of utter shock. As his throat rolled, cold sweat quickly poured out of Sun Hua's body, soaking his clothes. Xiao Yan's face revealed a cold smile in the face of this. His dark black eyes were filled with disdain. Although the Sun Hua before him was a 9-star half-martial emperor, in Xiao Yan's eyes, this was not the case. Your Do Qi is flashy but without substance. Your armor is very loose. You are simply unable to withstand a single blow. The way I see it, your strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor is most likely obtained through the accumulation of external items. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Sun Hua's heart suddenly trembled. The expression on his face under the armor also became incomparably horrified. Never would he have imagined that the Xiao Yan before him was actually this frightening. His strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor was actually only obtained half a year ago by consuming a large amount of medicinal pellets in order to barely make a breakthrough. However, it was precisely because of this that his strength would no longer be able to make any progress in the future. With your strength, there's no need to mention it. At the very most, you're only comparable to a peak late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. If it were a 9-star half-martial emperor that had cultivated through normal means, even if that person had just made a breakthrough, they would still be able to easily take care of you. Xiao Yan's ruthless mocking words pierced into Sun Huo's heart like sharp thorns. This caused Sun Huo's face under the armor to rapidly become malevolent. However, even if that's the case, how could you possibly block me like this? As Sun Huo roared with a hoarse voice, his body suddenly moved. Covered by his armor, he ruthlessly smashed his fist toward Xiao Yan's head. His dou qi condensed on his armored arm. The might of his dou qi became even more frightening. Everywhere his dou qi passed, even space itself would instantly collapse. Xiao Yan sneered. The current him was even able to take care of late-stage 9-star half-martial emperors. Thus, there was no need for him to take care of this fellow before him who could not even be considered a 9-star half-martial emperor. Slow, too slow. Faced with Sun Huo's attack, Xiao Yan's evaluation was only 2 words. In the next moment, Xiao Yan slightly twisted his extended palm. Then, a gorgeous heavenly flame flashed through his eyes. With a bang, Sun Huo's body was knocked back by Xiao Yan's attack. Vine thorns. Sun Huo, who was knocked back, was still unwilling to be outdone. The dou qi within his body surged violently and rapidly condensed into dark green thorns in the surrounding space. As the thorns rotated, they emitted an ice-cold sheen that resembled sword rays. Kill! Sun Huo gnashed his teeth and roared furiously. At the same time as the thorns shot out, Sun Huo's body also rapidly turned into a dark green ray of light that shot toward Xiao Yan with a rapid speed. Numerous thorns streaked through the air, forming an encirclement as they rapidly shot toward Xiao Yan. In this narrow space, Xiao Yan was simply unable to dodge. Seeing this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth rose into a slight sneer. He did not even look at the thorns that were shooting toward him. Instead, at a certain moment, his body that was standing on the spot suddenly twisted, and a whip kick ruthlessly smashed into the space beside him. Bang! In an instant, a frightening power burst forth like a torrential flood. At the same time, in the originally empty space, the armored Sun Huo suddenly appeared and took Xiao Yan's ferocious attack head-on. After the attack landed, Sun Huo's expression immediately became extremely frightened. His eyes were filled with endless terror. However, Xiao Yan did not give him a chance to catch his breath. This was because the soul strength that he had spread out had clearly sensed that many experts had already gathered outside the 4-way pavilion. It was likely that all the half-emperor experts in the entire Coldstream city had gathered here. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's soul strength, there were over a dozen 9-star half-emperors among these people. As for the half-emperors of various levels, there were even more innumerable. As for the Dou Di experts, perhaps because of Bai Ying and Sun Shua, they did not make a move and only watched the situation from afar. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened when he sensed the many experts in the outside world. It was unexpected that the entire city would be mobilized to capture him because of him alone. It was likely that if it was not because of his relationship with those two, it was likely that there would not be a lack of elite Dou Di. Looks like I can't delay any longer, Xiao Yan muttered in a low voice. His cold gaze immediately landed on Sun Huo, who had been sent flying. The corners of his mouth lifted into a bone-chilling smile. Immediately, his body moved. Once he used the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yan instantly appeared beside Sun Huo. Golden light shot out from his eyes as Xiao Yan's body rapidly expanded. Diamond glass body. Chapter 582. Bang! Outside the 4-way pavilion where countless people were gathered, numerous figures rapidly flew over like meteors. However, at a certain moment, the 4-way pavilion before the crowd's eyes was suddenly destroyed by a frightening power in an instant. Before the astonished gazes of everyone present, the powerful power burst forth from the 4-way pavilion. Moreover, it only used a short instant to destroy the entire four-way pavilion. At the same time as the enormous building collapsed, eye-piercing golden pillars of light shot out from the four-way pavilion like the radiance emitted by the sun. This caused everyone who saw this scene to involuntarily close their eyes. At the same time, before the four-way pavilion completely collapsed, the people within it rapidly turned into rays of light and rapidly flew out from within. When the crowd raised their eyes again, the eye-piercing golden light gradually decreased. Soon after, a giant that could hold up the skies slowly appeared before the crowd's eyes. At this moment, a somewhat miserable-looking figure was emitting a thin layer of dark green do-chi radiance from his body. With the eyesight of the crowd, they were able to clearly see that the dark green do-chi was condensing into a set of armor. However, at this moment, this armor appeared to be completely filled with conspicuous cracks. On the chest of the armor, one could clearly see a depression that was caused by Xiao Yan's whip kick. At this moment, the golden giant standing before the crowd was precisely Xiao Yan, who had used the diamond glass body. Since he would be exposed sooner or later, Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to the greedy gazes of the crowd. He had already seen too much of this. Cough, cough. Under the armor, fear was written all over Sun Hua's deathly pale face. No matter what, he had never imagined that the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor that he was so proud of would appear so insignificant before Xiao Yan. Could it be that it was truly as Xiao Yan had said? Was he really that weak? No, it wasn't that Sun Hua was too weak. It was just that Xiao Yan's true strength was simply too terrifying. Merely with the strength of a 6-star half-martial emperor, Sun Hua was able to defeat a late-stage 9-star half-martial emperor. Before him, Sun Hua was truly nothing. Thus, it could not be said that Sun Hua was weak. It could only be said that the opponent he faced was simply too powerful. Cough, cough. Sun Hua's entire body involuntarily trembled while he coughed intensely in his mouth. However, the expression in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yan had become even more vicious. Cough, cough. Xiao Yan, today, even if I have to pay with my life, I will fight you to the death. If I can't get what I want, don't even think about leaving. Sun Hua's body swiftly swelled as his extremely hoarse voice sounded. The armor on the surface of his body disappeared. Numerous bright red crack lines swiftly split open on his dry wrinkled skin. Glaring bright red fresh blood swiftly surged out from them. Even the do-chi within his body swiftly became violent at this moment. From the looks of it, Sun Hua was clearly planning to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding half-martial emperors in the sky abruptly changed. They did not expect that before Xiao Yan had even been captured, Sun Hua had already given them such a great gift. Madman! This guy is truly a madman. Quickly retreat. This madman is going to self-destruct. Quickly retreat. Immediately, numerous alarmed cries began to resound in the sky. The crowd that had just gathered around the four-way pavilion immediately fled in panic like a flock of frightened sheep. The sky above Coldstream City immediately turned into a pot of porridge. What a joke! No matter what, that Sun Hua was a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even though his strength did not match that of a 9-star half-martial emperor, Sun Hua's strength would not be weak at all. If he were to explode at this moment, the might of his self-detonation would be so powerful that even the 9-star half-martial emperors present would not be able to escape calamity. However, while everyone in the sky was panicking, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. At the same time, his enormous golden palms suddenly clenched tightly. Clanging sounds of metal colliding immediately rang out in the sky. At the same time, amidst the panic, everyone's gazes were once again attracted by Xiao Yan. I'll let you self-destruct. The instant a cold and disdainful shout was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth, the enormous golden fist carried an extremely frightening power as it mercilessly tore through space. In the blink of an eye, it had already ruthlessly smashed into Sun Hua, whose body had swelled to an extreme degree. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded in the sky above Coldstream City. Xiao Yan's fist had directly exploded a large region of space. After receiving Xiao Yan's fist, The berserk do qi within Sun Hua's body was instantly dispersed by Xiao Yan's fist, directly breaking free from Sun Hua's control. This also passively prevented Sun Hua from self-destructing. When the fist landed, Sun Hua's body immediately flew out uncontrollably like a broken sack. Everywhere he passed, a large amount of blood sprayed out. In the end, Sun Hua's body, who was on the verge of death, smashed heavily into the main hall of the Sun Mansion. With a loud bang, Sun Hua's body ruthlessly smashed open a huge crater in the enormous courtyard. At this moment, everyone from the Sun family had ashen expressions as they looked at the unconscious Sun Hua in the crater. This was especially true for the Sun family's head, Sun Shura. His expression was extremely ugly at this moment. It would be fine if this had happened before the eyes of the Sun family. However, what infuriated Sun Shua the most was that the Bai family's head was right before his eyes. This is Sun Hua. Right at this moment, Bai Yi, who was behind Bai Ying, immediately revealed an expression of shock. His eyes stared fixedly at the unconscious figure in the crater, and his voice was filled with disbelief. What? Could it be that this guy is also a 9-star half-emperor? Seeing the shocked expression on Bai Ye's face, Bai Ying could not help but feel curious. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Bai Yi, "Yes, this person is also an early 9-star half-emperor. Although I have never fought with him, there is no doubt about that. I never expected him to become like this in such a short period of time." Bai Yi nodded and looked at Sun Hua in the crater with lingering fear. He could not help but feel a chill run down his back. There was no need to think too much about the person who attacked Sun Hua. It was naturally Xiao Yan. However, Bai Yi did not expect Sun Hua to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, he was defeated so miserably. It was hard to imagine that if he was in Sun Hua's place, the one lying in the crater would likely be him, Bai Yi. Thinking of this, Bai Ye's heart surged with coldness. Oh! Hearing Bai Ye's words, Bai Ying could not help but reveal an expression of surprise. It had only been 4 to 6 hours since he received the news from Bai Yi. However, in such a short period of time, Xiao Yan had swiftly defeated a 9-star half-emperor. Moreover, because Sun Hua did not recognize Xiao Yan at the beginning, perhaps the time Xiao Yan used to defeat Sun Hua was much shorter than what Bai Ying had imagined. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's expression could not help but change. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock for Xiao Yan in his heart. Being able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor within such a short period of time, Xiao Yan's fighting strength could only be described with the word frightening. After all, from what he knew, Xiao Yan's current cultivation level had yet to exceed a 9-star half-martial emperor. However, immediately after, an extremely obscure light flashed in the depths of Bai Ying's eyes. When he raised his head to look at Sun Shura, a smile also flashed across the corners of Bai Ying's mouth. This change in less than an instant was not noticed by Sun Shua at all. Chapter 583. Brother Sun Shua, never would I have imagined that your Sun family's people would be beaten back so quickly. This truly astonishes me. Could it be that your Sun family's people only possess this little bit of strength? However, as far as I know, this person is also a 9-star half-martial emperor, no? How could he be this weak? Could it be that your Sun family's people have forcibly increased their strength through the use of medicinal pellets? Bai Ying lifted his chin and pointed at Sun Hua in the huge pit as he spoke with a cold smile. Hearing these words, the expression on Sun Shua's steely green face instantly became incomparably gloomy. His hands, which were covered by his sleeves, suddenly clenched into fists. His entire body trembled intensely, unable to contain his anger. At this moment, Bai Ying once again laughed out loud. The words in his mouth seemed to be advising him. Brother Sun Shura, I know that your Sun clan is the weakest among the 4 great clans. However, this method of yours is really too despicable. This method will only harm your Sun clan in the future. Brother Sun, you should listen to this older brother's advice. It is best that you stop using those crooked methods of yours as soon as possible. Bai Ying laughed out loud. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The expression in his eyes was filled with ridicule. On the opposite side, Sun Shua heard these words from Bai Ying's mouth. The anger in his heart soared to the top of his head. The dou qi that had been suppressed in his body also began to surge uncontrollably at this moment. Humph! Suddenly, Sun Shua's nose emitted a cold snort that was like a low roar. At the same time, the hand under his sleeves finally swung out violently. The dou qi in his body churned. The majestic dou qi was like a wave that gushed out from his palm and swept out in all directions. Bai Ying's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. Although he was not afraid of Sun Shua, he did not wish to have a conflict with him at such a time. Otherwise, if the other two great clans were to learn of this, they would interfere. At that time, if his Bai clan really fought with the Sun clan, the other two clans would simply watch from the sidelines. This would not be a good thing. After all, the Zhua and Hua clans were much stronger than them. Once the Sun and Bai clans fought, they would be inferior to the other two clans in the future. Bai Ying involuntarily narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. The dou qi in the vortex in his body quietly circulated at this moment, preparing to face Sun Shua. However, soon after, dou qi swept out, turning into a long spear. Finally, it descended from the sky and ruthlessly stabbed into the huge pit below, in the chest of the already unconscious Sun Ti. The frightening strength directly pierced Sun Hua's body deep into the ground. Half of the dou qi spear, which was over 100 feet long, was also forcefully pierced into the ground. Looking down from the surface, one could no longer see Sun Hua's body. There was only a large pool of fresh blood that splattered out under the effect of the enormous strength, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The corner of Bai Ying's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He first narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Sun Shua, after which, his gaze turned and looked at the surroundings of the courtyard. Sure enough, when Bai Ying's gaze landed on the few Sun clan guards guarding the courtyard, their expressions changed. It was likely that they were similarly surprised in their hearts. They had never expected their clan leader to attack his own clan member. Moreover, from the looks of his furious appearance, even if Sun Hua had the strength to refute earlier, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival under this ferocious attack. My Sun clan does not raise trash. My Sun clan does not need strength that relies on medicinal pills to accumulate strength. We will definitely not allow such a person to exist. Sun Shua's face was cold as he spoke in an extremely deep voice. He seemed to have sensed the change in the expressions of the guards. Only after these words were spoken did the expressions on the guards' faces ease up. Of course, it was unknown what they were thinking in their hearts. Bai Ying could not help but raise his brows when he saw this. He never expected Sun Shua to actually say something like this. All of his anger was poured onto Sun Hua, who could not be any more dead. This could be considered as saving the face of his Sun family. Otherwise, if Bai Ying were to spread this matter in the future, his Sun family would not even have the power to refute. Sun Yan, Sun Liang, capture Xiao Yan for me. No matter what, he killed a member of my Bai clan. Today, he must not be allowed to leave this place. Soon after, Sun Shua's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body instantly rose into the air. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as a stern shout was emitted from his mouth. Immediately after, the expressions of the Sun clan's 9-star half-martial emperors standing in the crowd around Xiao Yan changed slightly when they heard their clan leader's order. One must know that they had just witnessed Xiao Yan kill a 9-star half-martial emperor with a single punch. Now that Sun Shua was ordering them to attack, the 9-star half-martial emperors from the Sun clan were more or less nervous in their hearts. After all, they did not want to end up in the same state as Sun Hua. Clan leader Sun, it seems that your Sun clan is truly powerless. With so many 9-star half-martial emperors, you actually don't even dare to deal with a single 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, Bai Ying deliberately mocked and ridiculed. At the same time, he once again looked towards Bai Yi. Noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Bai Ye's expression could not help but change again. A bad premonition rapidly surged from the bottom of his heart. If your Bai clan has the ability, why don't you let Bai Yi go first? Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. After all, the strength of my Bai clan's members is obtained through steady cultivation, unlike some At the end of his words, Bai Ying intentionally paused for a moment before raising his eyes. With a smile on his face, he said to Bai Yi, "Bai Yi, as a member of my Bai clan, this clan leader thinks highly of you. You'd best not disappoint this clan leader." Hearing this, Bai Yi was slightly startled. Although he wanted to say something, in the end he was powerless to refute. After all, the person before him was his Bai clan's clan leader. His words were something that no one in the Bai clan could refute. Don't worry. I know that Xianxia is powerful. Thus, no matter what, as long as you dare to fight him, regardless of whether you win or lose, at least you won't lose face for our Bai clan." After his laughter sounded, Bai Ying intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sun Shua. The mockery in his eyes deepened. At the same time, this made Sun Shua even more furious. Hearing this, Bai Yi helplessly nodded. Although the outcome had not changed, at least Bai Ying had given him a reason to breathe. This made Bai Yi feel slightly more relaxed. Although he was not sure if he could deal with Xianxia, Bai Yi was certain that as long as he wanted to, it would not be easy for Xianxia to deal with him. After all, with Sun Hua as an example, Bai Yi would only be more cautious when facing Xianxia. Bai Yi nodded heavily. Only then did he inhale a deep breath of air. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Immediately, rock fragments burst apart and Bai Yi's body swiftly shot into the sky like a cannonball that had been shot out. His eyes turned, leaped over the crowd that swarmed in the sky, and landed on Xianxia's body, which had transformed into a giant god. Xianxia seemed to have sensed the gaze that had shot over. His body suddenly turned. At the same time that he scared away the surrounding crowd, a pair of bright golden overbearing eyes instantly landed on Bai Yi's body. "The person who left the 4 pavilion earlier was you, right?" Xianxia ignored the surrounding people. His sharp eyes stared at Bai Yi as he spoke in a dense tone. Bai Yi was non-committal when he heard this. At the same time, a thought passed through his heart. The dou qi within his body immediately circulated throughout his entire body. With a puff sound, dense white dou qi rose from the surface of Bai Yi's body like a cluster of flames. Chapter 584. The dense white dou qi rose on the surface of Bai Yi's body like a flame. The temperature of the place also gradually rose when the dou qi surged out from Bai Yi's body. "Oh, fire affinity dou qi ha." A trace of surprise involuntarily flashed across Xianxia's eyes when he saw this. He had never seen a fire affinity dou qi that could turn into a dense white color. Bai Yi merely snorted coldly with a grave expression in the face of this. His body suddenly moved. As the flame drifted, his body disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the expressions of most of the Bandi experts present changed slightly. Bai Yi's strength was even greater when compared to Sun Hua. At the very least, Bai Yi did not rely on an external object to raise his strength. Mysterious flame hand. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi had already passed through the crowd and swiftly arrived in front of Xianxia. He waved his large hand and dense white dou qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. His body rotated in midair and a palm was violently smashed toward Xianxia's chest. Looking from a distance, the current Bai Yi was like a sparrow and a human when compared to Xianxia. The difference in size between the two of them was difficult to imagine. The person who attacked first was actually Bai Yi. Looking at the current Bai Yi, the fear in his eyes had already been reduced by more than half. He also understood that when faced with an expert like Xianxia, fear would only cause him to be at a disadvantage. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia in front of him, he must first not be afraid. Otherwise, how could he fight if he feared life and death? Moreover, at such a close distance, Bai Yi thought that Xianxia, who had transformed into the King Kong glass body, would definitely be a little slow. At this moment, he had suddenly arrived in front of Xianxia. Even with Xianxia's reaction, it would be difficult for him to immediately launch an attack. As long as his speed was fast enough, it would not be so easy for Xianxia to injure him. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's thinking was clearly wrong. The King Kong glass body had accompanied Xianxia for many years. Xianxia was extremely proficient in its usage. The original flaw of the King Kong glass body had been completely made up for by Xianxia's absolute strength. Hence, Bai Ye's actions were completely useless in Xiao Yan's eyes. Kuku, your thinking is not bad. Unfortunately, you are still too slow. Xiao Yan laughed softly. Xiao Yan's fist. Xiao Yan was about to hit Bai Ye's body. He came from behind Xiao Yan's attack. Immediately, the sound of bones being broken repeatedly sounded. The expressions of the various experts watching the battle changed once again. No one had expected that even though it was a person stronger than Sun Hua, he would still be unable to endure a punch from Xiao Yan. This fellow is really too frightening. Is he really a human? This kind of frightening physical strength. It is likely that even those magical beasts who specialize in training their physical bodies cannot compare with him. Bang! While everyone was shocked in their hearts, Bai Ye's body was sent flying by Xiao Yan's punch. Dou Qi poured out and Bai Ye's body forcefully came to a stop in the air with great difficulty. After pausing, Bai Yi immediately felt as though his body was about to fall apart. An intense pain was being emitted from all over his body. This kind of intense pain was something that did not have much of an effect even if he used his Dou Qi to suppress it. Damn it! This fellow's true strength is far greater than this. Bai Yi muttered in his heart. At the same time, he involuntarily turned his gaze to Bai Ying in the distance. At this moment, only he could decide whether he should stay or leave. Bai Yi, I'll leave the face of my Bai family in your hands. Hold him back. As long as you can hold him back for another hour, you will be able to rest at that time. Once we return to the clan, I will reward you with 2 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Bai Ying transmitted his voice to Bai Yi with a solemn expression when he saw Bai Ye's gaze shoot over. Hearing this, with the temptation of the pill, a fiery feeling immediately rose in Bai Ye's heart. A 3rd-level pill. Even if he were to exhaust all of his family's resources, he would at most be able to obtain one. However, he never expected that his master would actually ask for 2. Bai Ye's gaze turned and once again landed on Xiao Yan. The depths of his eyes were filled with a fiery heat. He was really going all out for the sake of those 2 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Xiao Yan again. Bai Ye's body suddenly moved with a furious cry. He ignored the injuries in his body and dodged a couple of times in the air in the blink of an eye before arriving behind Xiao Yan. He waved his large hand and a broadsword immediately landed in his hand. Dou Qi gathered and the broadsword emitted a dazzling white light under the cover of the dense white Dou Qi. At the same time, the temperature of the area once again rose. Blazing blade slash. The broadsword swiftly descended after the furious cry sounded. The moment Xiao Yan attacked, the broadsword ruthlessly landed on Xiao Yan's back. Bai Ye's body once again flashed after the attack landed. Xiao Yan's body steadily stood in the air. Both of his hands continued to dance as he received the numerous Dou skills that Bai Yi had unleashed. The faces of everyone who saw this scene were filled with shock. Their hearts were incomparably shocked by Xiao Yan's soul-stirring action. It should be known that as a 9-star half-emperor, Bai Ye's strength was already frighteningly strong. If he were to add those various man-class Dou skills, once he used them, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the frightening might that could destroy the world. However, at this moment, when faced with these man-class Dou skills that could cause the expressions of all half-emperors to change, Xiao Yan had actually relied on his physical strength and the overbearingness of the King Kong glass body to forcefully shatter them. The emotions in the hearts of everyone present had already reached an indescribable level as they personally witnessed the scene before them. They even doubted whether the Xiao Yan before them was truly a human. Was he really a half-emperor? Was he really only a 6-star half-emperor? The broadsword danced in the sky. Numerous shockingly frightening Dou skills were completely unleashed by Bai Ye's 9-star half-emperor strength. In a short period of time, Bai Yi could be said to have unleashed all the skills that he had learned in his life. Over a dozen powerful Dou skills were wantonly shot out from Bai Yi's hands. Other than a portion of them being blocked by Xiao Yan's Dou Qi, most of them were blocked by Xiao Yan using the most violent method. Relying on his King Kong body, he practically destroyed a man-class Dou skill with a single punch. No matter how hard Bai Yi tried to unleash his Dou skills, no matter how crazily the Dou Qi within his body gushed out, in the end, What he received in exchange was still Xiao Yan's normal punch. Before Xiao Yan's punch, it was as if all the attacks were useless. */ sparks flew in all directions. The broadsword once again fiercely smashed onto Xiao Yan's arm. However, the result was that Xiao Yan forcefully shook it. As the enormous force poured out, the broadsword was fiercely sent flying. Even Bai Ye's body was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd outside the arena were once again shocked. They didn't know how many times Xiao Yan had sent Bai Ye flying. However, there was one thing that everyone was very clear in their hearts. Even until now, in the process of fighting with Bai Ye, Xiao Yan, as the main character, still hadn't used a single Do skill. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Xiao Yan was. Forcefully enduring the numbness that came from his arms, Bai Ye's expression was grave. The remaining Do Qi within his body crazily surged out of his body. With a twist of his wrist, he once again tightly grasped the hilt of his broadsword. His feet fiercely stepped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, his figure once again disappeared. In the next instant, the broadsword appeared above Xiao Yan's head. At this moment, Bai Ye's figure was nowhere to be seen. Try out this famous Do skill of mine. Suddenly, Bai Ye's stern cry reverberated throughout the entire place. At the same time, a thick white Do Qi flame suddenly rose from the broadsword that appeared above Xiao Yan's head with a puff sound. The fierce flame soared to the sky and pierced through the 9 heavens. The aura on it also swiftly became frightening. Red Lotus soul-breaking blade. After the aura on the broadsword had agglomerated to an extremely frightening degree, a hoarse low cry was suddenly emitted from Bai Ye's mouth. His roar was like thunder, shaking the entire place. At the same time, the broadsword that was burning with a thick white flame suddenly shook. Under the eruption of a frightening strength, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. At this moment, the broadsword also carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as it violently fell toward Xiao Yan below. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding people involuntarily changed when they sensed the frightening aura on the broadsword. Even the few 9-star ban emperors present involuntarily revealed grave expressions on their faces. On the other side, Bai Ying revealed a surprised expression on his face when he saw that Bai Yi was actually forced to use his full strength by Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly emitted a cold snort. His body shook and a beautiful heavenly flame immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body. The frighteningly high temperature caused the surrounding air to immediately become unusually dry. Everyone nearby also swiftly withdrew with a change in expression. Xiao Yan raised his head. A pair of golden eyes that were emitting a golden light stared at the broadsword that was rapidly descending above his head. His heart was icy cold. This Bai Yi had really provoked the fury in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Yan emitted an earth-shaking cry from his mouth. At the same time, his large hand suddenly clenched and a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an enormous flaming ruler. Without pausing, the instant the enormous flaming ruler was agglomerated, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the enormous ruler, suddenly swung his arm. The enormous ruler suddenly rose into the air. At the same time, a terrifying aura of destruction that was not the slightest bit weaker than the former was swiftly emitted from the enormous flaming ruler. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. 1 ruler. Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. Soon after, the enormous ruler in his hand violently cut through the empty space. The powerful strength caused the entire place to be destroyed. At the same time, the enormous ruler rushed through the empty space, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. No one had expected that Xiao Yan in front of them was actually already this frightening. A random wave of his hand was actually a human-class Do skill. This fellow, is he really just a half-martial emperor? He is indeed a half-martial emperor. However, the strength that he possesses far surpasses that of an ordinary half-martial emperor. Regardless of whether it is the degree of condensation of the Do Qi within his body or his comprehension of Do skills, they have all reached the peak. It is extremely dangerous to be an opponent of such a person, unless one has the confidence to kill him. Otherwise, once he matures, no one in the entire Western region will be a match for him. To be able to make the four great sects work together to hunt him down, he is really not someone that an ordinary person can compare with. He already possesses such frightening battle strength as a half-martial emperor. Once he reaches the level of a true Do Di, won't he be able to fight against Origin Realm experts? The few Do Di experts who were watching the battle from afar could not help but click their tongues in amazement. The Xiaoyan before them was much more frightening than they had imagined. Even they found it hard to believe that a 6-star half-martial emperor could erupt with such great strength. This person from the Bai clan is about to be defeated. An expert Do Di stared at the giant ruler that Xiaoyan had swung. He sensed the extremely frightening destructive strength within it. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but frown slightly. Soon after, in the next moment, a brilliant ruler glow swept out from the giant flaming ruler. Wherever it passed, the space within a radius of 100 miles would instantly collapse. Everyone outside the battleground rapidly retreated at this moment. No one wanted to be affected by this frightening strength. In the distance, Bai narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at Xiaoyan. The shock in his heart was even more unimaginable. Even he had not expected that a half-martial emperor like Xiaoyan would actually be so powerful. As for Sun Shua beside him, other than a cold smile, there was an even more solemn expression on his face. There were very few people who could be treated in such a manner by him. This was something that even the other 3 clan heads of the 4 great clans could not do. At this moment, Xiaoyan had completely overturned his understanding of a half-martial emperor. He had never imagined that a mere half-martial emperor would be able to erupt with such frightening strength. This brat, he must not be allowed to leave this place today. Sun Shua quietly cried out in his heart. At the same time, the hands under his sleeves slowly clenched. The Do Qi in his body quietly circulated. However, all of this was also sensed by Bai Ying, who had been monitoring him. Boom! The earth-shaking explosion was just like an invisible storm. Even though it did not possess any substantial strength, it still caused the expressions of everyone in Coldstream City to wildly change. The eardrums of quite a number of people who were weaker were instantly ruptured by this explosion. Fresh blood was accompanied by an intense pain as it surged out from their ears. Everyone's faces were filled with ferocity and pain. Even those 9-star half-martial emperors had similarly turned pale at this moment. The frightening strength contained within the broadsword was reduced by over half the moment it collided with the ruler glow. It was only when Bai Yi, who was at an unknown location, wildly exhausted the Do Qi within his body that the broadsword stabilized. However, it was barely able to match Xiaoyan's ruler glow and was far from enough to break it. Only at this moment did Bai Yi completely understand just how frightening the strength of this Xiaoyan in front of him was. It was likely that there was no one other than a Do Di who could contend with such a person. However, at this moment, even though he had already come to a realization, it was already too late. There was no turning back an arrow that had been shot. Now, he either had to use all his strength to fight with Xiaoyan, or he would end up seriously injured or even dead. Damn it! I'll go all out. Bai Yi clenched his teeth tightly. He crazily maneuvered the little Do Qi left in his body. His pale face had turned flushed red because of this. Even his pair of densely white eyes were filled with a scarlet color at this moment. However, even though Bai used all his strength, everything he did was still useless in front of Xiaoyan. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. An indifferent low cry sounded from within Xiaoyan's heart. Before this ruler glow could land, another ruler glow violently shot out from the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the previous ruler glow. Immediately, the already frightening might of the ruler glow became even more frightening at this moment. In merely an instant, a clear cracking sound was emitted from the broadsword that was covered by Do Qi. Immediately after, A metal fragment the size of a palm shot out from the broadsword. Grug. At the same time, Bai Yi also involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body instantly weakened. 3 feet. Xiao Yan was merciless in the face of this. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand, and another ruler glow swept toward the broadsword from all directions while carrying a frightening aura that could destroy the world. Bang! This time around, it was different from before. Under this attack of Xiao Yan's, the strength of the merger of the 3 ruler glows was basically unstoppable as it completely shattered the broadsword. Get lost. Otherwise, the next thing to shatter will be your head. A thunder-like voice reverberated unceasingly over this place. At this moment, the words from Xiao Yan's mouth reverberated in everyone's minds. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and horror. Ooh! Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air. Only then did he turn around. His gaze involuntarily glanced at Bai Ying and Sun Shua, who were standing in the distant empty space. His heart involuntarily tightened. Those two were genuine elite Daoist. Once they attacked, Xiao Yan would have nowhere to run. He had finished off Sun Hua earlier merely to intimidate the surrounding group of people. If this continued to drag on, it would not be a good thing for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could not be bothered with Bai Yi when he thought of this. His gaze ruthlessly swept over the surrounding people. Anyone who met Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily retreated with trembling bodies. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, coldly glanced at them before turning around. He stepped on empty space and flew out of Coldstream City. Seeing this, the expression in the eyes of Bai Ying, who was standing in the empty space, changed slightly. He did not wish for Xiao Yan to flee at this moment. He needed to think of a way to stop him. Bai Ying's gaze turned as he thought of this. He hurriedly looked at Bai Yi once again. Unfortunately, the latter was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for him to have the strength to stop Xiao Yan. This involuntarily caused Bai Ying to feel helpless in his heart. The time was not right. If Xiao Yan were to leave at this moment, it would not be a good thing for him. Stop right there. You can forget about leaving this place today. However, at this moment, Sun Shua, who was beside Bai Ying, suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, an even more frightening aura and pressure instantly covered the sky above Coldstream City. Powerful Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated into a circular barrier around Xiao Yan's body, blocking his footsteps that were just about to leave. Chapter 585. The frightening oppressive might that filled the sky caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to abruptly change. Even those 9-star half-martial emperors had pale expressions on their faces. Faced with the pressure of a Daoist's aura, other than the few Daoists, no one present was able to endure Sun Shua's extremely frightening aura. Under the pressure of this aura, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky could not help but fly backwards. Most of them were also forced to the ground by the pressure of this aura. They raised their heads with frightened expressions and looked at Sun Shua in the sky. An elite Daoist was truly frightening. Just this aura alone was able to easily suppress a 9-star half-martial emperor. The so-called half-martial emperors were simply not worth mentioning in front of a true Daoist. Bang! Xiao Yan's feet violently stepped on the already collapsed pitch-black space. At the same time as the enormous strength poured down from his feet, Xiao Yan's body, which was about to fall, was forcibly lifted up by Xiao Yan. At this very moment, even someone like Xiao Yan had a similarly grave expression on his face. Compared to Zhao Xian, this Sun Shua was even more frightening. Although there was only a difference of 1 star between the two, the difference between the two was like the abyss between the heavens and the earth. A middle stage 2-star Daoist was able to easily suppress an initial stage 2-star Daoist. Sun Shua, on the other hand, was an entire star stronger than Zhao Xian. His strength was not something that Zhao Xian could compare with. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually forcefully stabilized his voice under the pressure of his aura, a shocked expression involuntarily flashed across Sun Shua's face. He did not expect that a 6-star half-martial emperor like Xiao Yan would actually be able to resist the pressure of his powerful aura of a 3-star Daoist. This was something that the other 9-star half-martial emperors present were unable to do. Although Xiao Yan possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his cultivation level, Xiao Yan was ultimately still a 6-star bandit. He was actually able to tenaciously stand in the air under the frightening pressure of a 3-star Daoist. This point was really unbelievable. At the same time, the countless number of bandit experts on the ground also threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. Who could have imagined that a bandit would actually be able to endure the powerful aura and pressure of an elite Daoist? This involuntarily caused all the bandit experts present to feel doubt in their hearts. Was the Xiao Yan in front of them really just a bandit? So what if you can withstand the pressure of this emperor's aura? That Sun Shua coldly snorted in a disdainful tone. His body suddenly moved. The next moment, his body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This frightening speed caused all the bandit experts in the city to once again feel shocked in their hearts. Soon after, Sun Shua's face was filled with ruthlessness. Dou Qi poured out from his body as he waved his large sleeve. A palm was violently thrown toward Xiao Yan's chest. At the same time, the pores all over Xiao Yan's body immediately stood when he saw this extremely frightening attack from Sun Shua. Fear swiftly rose within his heart. At the same time, a thought also flew within his heart. He crazily maneuvered the Dou Qi within the vortex, intending to go all out and fight. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in the face of an elite Daoist, especially one with an even more frightening strength. Unless he used his full strength, Xiao Yan would not have any chance of surviving when faced with such an expert. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Sun Shua's aura, even Xiao Yan's Dou Qi circulation speed had clearly slowed down. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to put up any resistance. Damn it! Move! Xiao Yan crazily roared in his heart. The emotions in his heart swiftly became agitated. Threads of scarlet color actually surfaced within his pair of golden eyes at this moment. Xiao Yan, don't even think about having the chance to retaliate in front of this emperor. A ridicule rose in Sun Shua's heart when he saw Xiao Yan's emotional agitation without any ability to retaliate. At the same time that he laughed out loud, the might of his palm also became even more frightening. Bang! The next moment, a soul-stirring explosion shook the sky. At the same time, a frightening Dou Qi storm swiftly swept in all directions in the sky above Coldstream City with Xiao Yan and Shui Yan in the middle. The strength of the storm was so strong that it destroyed the buildings below as though they were cutting tofu. Under this frightening storm, everyone in the city below swiftly retreated with frightened faces. Those who were affected by the storm also spat out blood as they retreated. The powerful auras on their bodies swiftly weakened. A moment later, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they paused their bodies. When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, the expressions on their faces involuntarily changed. The scene in front of them was something that no one in the city had expected. He actually attacked. What happened? Don't tell me that he wants to fight head-on with Sun Shua for Xiao Yan. At this moment, everyone in the area was stunned as they stared at the sky. Standing in front of Xiao Yan was a white-clothed middle-aged man with a calm expression and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He was blocking Sun Shua with one hand. Bang! Bang! Bai Ying exerted a little force with his palm and a force erupted, easily forcing Sun Shua back. Bai Ying's body did not move while Sun Shua's expression was gloomy as he retreated a few hundred feet. Only then did he raise his sharp eyes and stare at Bai Ying with a cold glint. His expression was ferocious as he snorted coldly and sternly said, Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want to protect Xiao Yan. Sun Shua's tone was sharp and the anger in his words was self-evident. Haha, brother Sun Shua, we have an agreement. You and I will not attack. The matter of capturing Xiao Yan will be handed over to our subordinates. Your actions have already violated the agreement. Bai Ying's eyes flashed when he heard Sun Shua's words. After which, he laughed out loud and spoke to Sun Shua with a soft smile. Humph! I don't care about the agreement. Bai Yi has already been defeated. Xiao Yan is the prey of my Sun clan. You had best move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Hearing this, Sun Shua sneered. His mouth was filled with mockery towards Bai Ying's words. At the same time, he ordered Bai Ying to retreat. Haha, brother Sun Shua, your words are wrong. Although Bai Yi has been defeated, my Bai clan has at the very least intervened. Compared to your Sun clan not having anyone accept the challenge, it is likely that you have taken the initiative to give up. Since this is the case, logically speaking, Xiao Yan should now belong to my Bai clan. Bai Ying sneered and spoke in a tone that was not weak at all. Chapter 586. So much nonsense. I don't care if they attack or not. All I know is that my Sun family has not given up on capturing Xiao Yan. At the same time, we have not been defeated. However, your Bai family has already been defeated. Xiao Yan belongs to my Sun family. Sun Shua's expression changed slightly. He was also a little angry in his heart. The few 9-star half-emperors from his family had caused him, the Sun family's patriarch, to lose face. Now that he had said such words, Sun Shua also felt flustered in his heart. Since Patriarch Sun is twisting words and forcing logic, then there is no need to say anything more. Today, Xiao Yan is already in the bag of my Bai family. I must take him away no matter what. If Patriarch Sun insists on keeping him, then you can fight with me. If you win, Xiao Yan will belong to your Sun family. Otherwise, he will belong to my Bai family. Bai Ying's face immediately revealed a cold expression when he heard Sun Shua's words. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi within his body surged out. The purple-colored thunderbolt was like an enormous python as it lingered around Bai Ying's body. A terrifying aura and pressure caused the surrounding empty space to emit waves of trembling sounds. Seeing this scene, the crowd below could not help but burst into an uproar. They did not expect the patriarch of the Bai family to possess lightning-attributed Do Qi. The strength of the lightning affinity Do Qi could be considered an extremely overbearing existence among all the other Do Qi attributes. An ordinary expert would rarely get entangled with a lightning affinity opponent of the same level. After all, the dominance of the lightning attribute was not only reflected in its frightening might, but also in its paralyzing effect, which could greatly affect the outcome of a battle. Hence, under unnecessary circumstances, ordinary experts would rarely fight against such a person. Seeing that Bai Ying had already raised his Do Qi, the expression on Sun Shua's face could not help but change. However, in the depths of his eyes, an obscure light involuntarily flashed. Sun Shua narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His body trembled, and immediately, a blue water vapor rose around his body. Within the small bubbles formed by the water vapor, if one looked carefully, there were actually some tiny earthen yellow lights circulating unceasingly. Seeing this scene in the sky, everyone below once again burst into an uproar. In comparison, Sun Shua was actually a water affinity elite Do Di. The two of them were of the same class. If they were to fight, it was likely that Bai Ying would be the one who would emerge victorious. Although the battle between the two had yet to begin, the spectators had already guessed the general situation. Sun Shua, let's see how your water-attributed Do Qi is going to fight against me. Bai Ying sneered. With a thought, the giant lightning python coiled around him and let out an ear-piercing roar at Sun Shua. Bai Ying, aren't you looking down on this clan head too much? However, at this moment, Sun Shua's mouth also emitted a mocking laugh. He immediately waved his large hand, and the large amount of water vapor that had formed around him swiftly merged and solidified. In the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a somewhat viscous earthen yellow liquid. Seeing this, the expression in Bai Ying's eyes involuntarily hardened. He frowned and felt that something was wrong in his heart. Ha ha, Bai Ying, this water rock Do Qi is something that this clan head spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to borrow the help of a high-tier earth affinity magic beast to refine and agglomerate from that fellow's body. Finally, it was successfully merged into this water rock Do Qi. This D's current Do Qi is coincidentally able to suppress your lightning python. Sun Shua's face was ferocious as he laughed. His face revealed a disdainful expression. Indeed, in the past, Sun Shua had often been taken advantage of by Bai Ying due to his Do Qi affinity. However, with this water rock Douqi, it would be difficult for Bai Ying to suppress him. This was also one of the reasons why Sun Shuo dared to compete with Bai Ying in a head-on fight for Xiaoyan. Bai Ying's heart immediately felt a solemnness when he heard these words of Sun Shuo. If this was the case, the outcome of a fight between the two of them would be difficult to predict. However, alright. Since brother Sun Shuo wishes to fight, I will allow you to fight to your heart's content. However, you cannot blame me if your Sun clan is gone at that time. Following this, a cold laugh was once again emitted from Bai Ying's mouth. This caused Sun Shuo, whose expression had just recovered, to become anxious once again. Although he did not wish to tear Bai Ying apart with his bare hands, he also knew that it would not be so easy for him to defeat Bai Ying. Moreover, if he were to really fight with Bai Ying, the large clan that he had painstakingly managed for many years in the city below would really be destroyed in a day. Bai Ying, you are using this to pressure me again. Why? Does brother Sun Shuo really not care about your clan? If that is the case, then come. It has indeed been a long time since I have had a good fight. I will take advantage of today's opportunity to let me see just how much your strength has grown over the years. Bai Ying wore a cold smile in the face of the ferocious face of Sun Shuo. It was as if he did not care at all. Moreover, as he spat out these words, he clenched his large hand and a purple long spear landed in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed directly at Sun Shuo. The sharp tip of the spear was wrapped in Douqi and reflected a sharp cold light, causing one to involuntarily feel a sense of danger. Sun Shuo's eyes were filled with a struggle as he stared at the long spear in Bai Ying's hand. It was a long while later before he let out a cold snort. He waved his large hand and the viscous Douqi that had gathered on the surface of his body gradually flowed into his body. Fine, this time, even if you win, I can choose not to attack, but... Sun Shuo spoke hatefully. Soon after, his gaze slowly shifted downwards. He looked at the half-martial emperors on the ground in the city. Right now, I will give you two choices. 1. Capture Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether he is dead or alive, as long as you capture him, I will give each of you 2 Tier 3 medicinal pellets as compensation. 2. You can choose not to attack, but today, none of you will be able to leave Coldstream City. Stay here forever and let the people outside know the consequences of disobeying my Sun clan in Coldstream City. Sun Shuo's tone was cold and without the slightest trace of emotion. At this very moment, he no longer had the slightest bit of mercy in his heart toward those half-martial emperors of the Sun clan. To Sun Shuo, his Sun family had already lost all face today. Secondly, the 9-star half-martial emperors below were the main culprits. Furthermore, the anger in his heart was soaring. Thus, how could he possibly be amiable with them? Hearing this, the half-martial emperors present immediately began to complain incessantly in their hearts. At this very moment, Sun Shuo had already placed his blade on their necks. If they did not move, they would die. Of course, even though they knew that fighting against Xiaoyan would not end well, no matter what, it was still better than dying. At this moment, the gazes of everyone below were involuntarily directed toward Xiaoyan, who was in the sky. Their eyes were filled with helplessness, fear, and traces of madness. After all, in exchange for death, if they were able to capture Xiaoyan, the rewards they would receive would also be extremely generous. 2 Tier 3 medicinal pellets. These were things that they would not be able to obtain even if they tried their best. If they were able to obtain one, the strength of these half-martial emperors present would increase by leaps and bounds. This involuntarily caused them to feel crazy. After sensing the numerous gazes from the half-martial emperors present, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes had already recovered its calmness. After the Douqi pressure had been blocked by Bai Ying, the Douqi circulation speed in his body had already returned to normal. If they were to fight now, Xiaoyan was not afraid of any of the half-martial emperors present. Of course, he did not know just what kind of scene it would be if all the half-martial emperors below attacked together. Xiaoyan's heart carried a trace of curiosity and probing as he slowly raised his head. He discovered that Bai Ying was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. This scene involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to be secretly startled. Soon after, Xiaoyan once again exhaled deeply. A pair of golden eyes slowly shut. In the next moment, when his eyes were opened, a domineering voice was suddenly spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. In that case, all of you can attack together. Chapter 587. Everyone in the area was involuntarily stunned when Xiaoyan's words were emitted from his mouth. Soon after, many pairs of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were filled with shock. They even doubted their own ears. No matter how they thought about it, Xiaoyan in front of them was actually this arrogant. Did he intend to rely on his own strength to fight against hundreds of bandy experts? Has this fellow gone crazy? Even if his fighting strength far exceeds experts of the same level, isn't this a little too arrogant? There's going to be a good show to watch now. Fighting against so many bandy experts at the same time. This brat either really possesses the strength to do so or he will only be seeking his own humiliation. If he really relies on his own strength to block these bandy experts or even defeat them, Xiaoyan's name will definitely resound throughout the entire western region from today onwards. This battle is extremely meaningful to this brat. A couple of elite Daois stared at Xiaoyan in the distant empty space. The expression in each of their eyes was different. However, from the tone of their voices, all of them more or less held a doubtful attitude toward Xiaoyan. After all, Xiaoyan was currently facing hundreds of bandy experts. This kind of battle was something that even these elite Daois did not dare to believe in their hearts. How could Xiaoyan deal with them? At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shura, who were standing a short distance away from Xiaoyan, involuntarily had a slight change in their expressions at this moment. Even the two of them did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually dare to say such words in front of everyone in Coldstream City. Immediately, Sun Shua's face involuntarily revealed a cold smile that contained ridicule. From Sun Shua's point of view, Xiaoyan was merely a 6-star bandee no matter how one looked at it. By relying on his strength to repeatedly suppress 2 9-star bandee experts, it was likely that Xiaoyan was no longer as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. However, he actually dared to boast so shamelessly. He was really asking for trouble. As for Bai Ying, for some unknown reason, he had other thoughts about Xiaoyan from the very beginning. Even though Xiaoyan's actions at this moment were really like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, Bai Ying's expression did not change. It was as though he also had the same confidence in Xiaoyan's victory. This caused Xiaoyan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Just what was Bai Ying planning? Good. What a good Xiaoyan. You actually dare to speak such big words when you are about to die. Since you are so impatient to seek death, what are all of you waiting for? Fulfill his wish and attack together. As long as all of you are able to capture Xiaoyan for me, I will definitely fulfill all that I have said earlier. Sun Shua's sharp eyes swept over the group of bandy experts on the ground as the disdainful cold laughter sounded from his mouth. Immediately, the expressions of all the bandy experts who heard Sun Shua's words immediately became fiery hot. The earlier fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan was swiftly replaced by greed. Puff! Wave after wave of various colored dou qi surged out from the bodies of those bandy experts. Wave after wave of powerful auras swiftly gathered above everyone's heads. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above Coldstream City was covered by an extremely powerful aura. This aura and pressure was gathered together by all the bandy experts in the city. In front of this powerful aura and pressure, even the few elite Daois, who were quite far away, could not help but have a slight change in expression at this moment. Although this aura was not enough to contend with the aura that they had agglomerated together, the aura that was agglomerated by all the bandy experts in the city could definitely be considered the strongest under the Daoist class. The smile on Sun Shua's face became even colder when he sensed this. Although they had yet to truly attack, the current Sun Shua appeared to have already seen the appearance of Xiaoyan being stepped on by him. Waves of cold snorts were occasionally emitted from his nose. Numerous human figures swiftly rushed into the sky like falling stars. Immediately, they surrounded Xiaoyan, who had already dispersed the King Kong glass body. Numerous pairs of sharp gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body in an orderly manner. The greed in their eyes was self-evident. At the same time, there was also some fear mixed within. This manner appeared as though a pack of hungry wolves were staring at a lion. Although their hearts were filled with fear, their greedy hearts were urging them to challenge their limits. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually changed in the face of the increasing number of Bandi experts around him. It was ice-cold. A brilliant, heavenly flame continued to rise within his dark black eyes. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows. It swiftly covered the entire place. At this moment, every action of every Bandi expert was clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Yan was non-committal in his heart as he sensed the powerful aura and pressure that descended from above his head. A couple of years ago, he had already contended with the aura and pressure of an elite Daoist. At this moment, this seemingly powerful aura and pressure was not even worth mentioning in front of Xiao Yan. A low and deep cold snort was emitted. Xiao Yan's body, which was standing in the air, immediately shook violently. A thought passed through his mind, and the strength of the dragon phoenix bloodline that was hidden deep within his body immediately erupted. Purple-gold blood agglomerated into a purple-gold blood dragon within the blood vessels within Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, the blood dragon began to wildly flow through all of Xiao Yan's blood vessels. At the same time, waves of surging energy were transmitted to all of Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. When that surging energy poured into Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan was unable to resist letting out a long and earth-shaking roar toward the sky. Waves of dragon roars were mixed within his roar, causing one's heart to tremble upon hearing it. At the same time, the aura on Xiao Yan's body suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's strength had increased from the initial stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor. This scene caused the hearts of everyone, who had sensed this, to tremble once again. Soon after, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, and an even more frightening aura and pressure immediately erupted from Xiao Yan's body. It was like an enormous invisible dragon that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully suppressed the aura and pressure of the several hundred Bandi experts in the sky above him. What? The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to involuntarily be startled in their hearts. Their mouths involuntarily let out an exclamation. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in Coldstream City were filled with a deep shock. At this moment, everyone in the sky revealed stunned expressions as they looked at Xiao Yan in the sky. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful Xiao Yan was. He was actually able to suppress such a frightening aura and pressure by himself. Was this Xiao Yan really only a Bandi? At this moment, even those elite Daoist's faces were filled with shock. As for Sun Shua, the savage smile that he originally revealed on his face had already become as dark and deep as a pool of deep water the moment Xiao Yan displayed his powerful strength. Chapter 588. Humph. This is merely an imposing pressure. It does not prove anything. Everyone attack together. With the strength of so many of us, there will be a moment when his Dou Qi is exhausted no matter how strong his fighting strength is. When that time comes, it will be the moment of Xiao Yan's death. Even though the pressure that Xiao Yan displayed was quite strong, it was still unable to suppress the greed in the hearts of these half-emperors. For the sake of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, the things that they could do would be even crazier than one could imagine. Even if they knew in their hearts that they were no match for Xiao Yan in front of them, with a Tier 2 medicinal pill in front of them, it was sufficient to push them to the edge of a blade. Sure enough, when the first shout sounded, various loud shouts that added fuel to the fire followed one after another. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere between the heaven and earth once again became tense. The eyes of the hundreds of half-emperors were like greedy wolves as they stared intently at Xiao Yan. Turbulent Dou Qi wildly surged on the surface of their bodies. Numerous Dou Qi light pillars shot towards the sky with an imposing manner. Each and every one of them revealed their own weapons. They were either blades or swords. In fact, there were even some strange weapons that no one knew the name of. However, even so, those weapons that appeared to be insignificant, in the hands of these half-martial emperors, had become sharp killing weapons. Following the eruption of Xiao Yan's aura, the atmosphere in the sky became tense and quiet. No one chose to be the first to attack. Even though they were only facing Xiao Yan alone, everyone appeared as though they were facing a large army. Xiao Yan, prepare to die. Until a certain moment, an old man holding an enormous sword in the empty space suddenly let out a stern cry. Dou Qi surged and the quiet and heavy atmosphere in the square was broken at this moment. As the large sword in his hand danced, his body moved and instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. All that was left was an almost solid afterimage. It only gradually disappeared a couple of breaths later. Soon after, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. The old man, who had disappeared from the spot earlier, appeared. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. A dazzling golden light shot out from the enormous sword. It was just like a bright sun, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. Sword of the Corona. As the golden light shot out, the old man let out an earth-shaking roar. The huge sword in his hand viciously fell down at this moment. The dazzling golden light carried an incomparably sharp aura as it mercilessly fell towards Xiao Yan. However, the next moment, Xiao Yan's hand trembled slightly and the pitch-black dark heavy buster sword immediately fell into his hand. With a thought, the gorgeous mysterious fire instantly wrapped around the huge buster sword. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. He let out a low cry in his heart. The heavy Xian ruler, which was wrapped in the heavenly flame in his hand, was lifted. In the next instant, it violently collided with the incoming huge golden sword. However, before the collision between the two ended, numerous human figures swiftly flashed and appeared around Xiao Yan. Their hands were holding various weapons as they displayed their Dou skills and violently attacked Xiao Yan. Seeing that, Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a cold snort from his nose. A chilling glint shot out from his eyes. The huge buster sword in his hand started to spin, and in the blink of an eye, it continuously and violently swung out a few more qi. 2 qi, 3 qi, 4 qi, 5 qi, 6 qi, 7 qi. Fierce shouts continued to ring out in Xiao Yan's heart. Ruler lights shot out violently and blocked all of the half-martial emperors that were attacking him. However, at the same time, a 9-star half-martial emperor among the crowd went around the ruler lights, passed through the crowd, and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, a short black dagger appeared in the sleeve of this 9-star half-martial emperor. Twisting his body at an extremely strange angle, this 9-star half-martial emperor successfully avoided Xiao Yan's line of sight and rapidly approached Xiao Yan's body. The short dagger in his sleeve slightly flashed, and with the infusion of his Dou Qi, it was like a black snake as it violently attacked and ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's chest. Ding! However, the result was an extremely clear sound of metal colliding. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's chest, sparks burst forth. The black cloak on his body was torn apart, revealing the body of Xiao Yan that was covered by purple gold dragon scales. Seeing this scene, this 9-star half-martial emperor was greatly alarmed. However, before his expression could change, the huge buster sword that was covered in flames had already heavily smashed into his face. Bang! With a violent bang, the short dagger in the old man's hand immediately lost control and fell from his hand. At the same time, the old man's body was also uncontrollably sent flying. Everywhere he passed, blood splattered. Did you really think that I didn't detect you? Playing this sort of trick of concealment before an alchemist, you are truly courting death. With a cold snort from his mouth, Xiao Yan swept his gaze around. The surrounding half-martial emperors had already loudly shouted as they charged over once again. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He forcefully waved the huge buster sword in his hand and his feet fiercely stomped on the air. As power erupted, Xiao Yan's body also suddenly shot forth. Holding the huge buster sword in his hand, he ferociously charged towards the incoming half-martial emperors. Bang! 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 Compared to the old man from before, the current Xiao Yan was even more direct. As the huge buster sword in his hand descended, it would send a half-martial emperor flying. Immediately after, another half-martial emperor would follow closely behind. Soon after, the same scene continuously appeared in the sky. Even though he was facing 2 or even more half-martial emperors at the same time, Xiao Yan was still extremely tyrannical. With a twist of his body, the Sky Annihilation Steps was practically used to its limits. Before those half-martial emperors could clearly see Xiao Yan's body, they were already ruthlessly sent flying by the gorgeous Buster Sword. After those half-martial emperors used all their strength to ruthlessly pierce through Xiao Yan's body with their weapons, they discovered that there was not a single trace of blood on their weapons. In fact, even the Xiao Yan that their weapons had pierced through earlier had quietly disappeared. Never would they have imagined that as Xiao Yan continued to fall from the huge Buster Sword, the Xiao Yan that everyone thought had been injured was actually only his afterimage. Before Xiao Yan's frightening demon-like speed, even with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor, they were actually unable to withstand more than a few attacks. Several hundred half-martial emperors. Originally, they thought that they would be able to crush Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, the situation was completely different. 1 buster for each person, 1 buster for each person. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like an undefeatable war god. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor would suffer a crushing defeat under Xiao Yan's huge Buster Sword. In the blink of an eye, half of the several hundred half-martial emperors present had already been seriously injured by Xiao Yan's heavy Buster Sword. Only at this moment did everyone gradually wake up. The strength of the Xiao Yan in front of them was not something that they could guess. Currently, it was likely that in the entire Coldstream City, there was no one else other than these Dodi present who could defeat Xiao Yan. Outside of the battleground, those few Dodis had stunned expressions on their faces at this moment. It was a long while later before they involuntarily faced each other. They recalled the various guesses that they had about Xiao Yan earlier. At this moment, they involuntarily shook their heads and laughed bitterly. On the other side, Bai Ying and Sun Shua were also incomparably shocked in their hearts. This was especially the case for Sun Shua. At the same time that he was shocked by Xiao Yan's shocking fighting strength, an extremely furious anger also swiftly surged from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 589. A bleak, cold wind swept across the world. Above their heads, the blazing sun that was clearly scorching hot also appeared incomparably dim at this moment. The air was filled with a faint bitter smell. This was not an actual smell. Instead, it was a feeling of helplessness mixed with despair. This bitterness came from the depths of one's heart. It seemed to be despair but also fear. Between the heavens and the earth, countless desolate gazes with various expressions stared at the black figure standing proudly between the heavens and the earth, as well as the large black ruler in his hand. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock, fear, and despair. Who would have thought that a person who appeared to be one of the weakest in this world would be able to suppress all of them, hundreds of half-emperors? Even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to cause any ripples in the eyes of this black-robed young man. Even though he had already defeated so many half-emperors, Xiao Yan's eyes were still completely calm at this moment. The situation before his eyes seemed to be within reason. However, he did not know just how shocking all of this was in the eyes of everyone in the city. Bang! With a twist of his wrist, the large ruler swept across. A 9-star half-emperor was once again mercilessly sent flying by Xiao Yan. When the bang was heard, the 9-star half-emperor's complexion had already turned deathly pale. After receiving such a heavy blow, this 9-star half-emperor could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was also sent flying uncontrollably. The originally dense Do Qi in his body had been forcefully scattered by Xiao Yan's large ruler. For a short period of time, he was no longer able to control it. After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally slowly raised his eyes. His pair of dark black eyes reflected a beautiful fiery light. When Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the remaining dozens of half-emperors, everyone involuntarily trembled as they swiftly withdrew. The hearts of those who were looked at by Xiao Yan were swiftly filled with an icy chill. Cold sweat involuntarily surged out from all over their bodies. The fear in their hearts was self-evident. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like a god of death to them. Even though he had not truly killed anyone, the dignity in the hearts of all the half-emperors present had been completely destroyed under his overbearing and sharp might. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's tensed body relax slightly. Immediately, a feeling of weakness immediately surged out from deep within his body. Xiao Yan's expression, which had not changed for nearly 2 hours, finally revealed a paleness at this moment. Even though Xiao Yan's fighting strength had become extremely strong after being in his peak condition for such a long period of time, allowing him to suppress the hundreds of half-emperors present, it would definitely bring about a long period of low point after this. The appearance of this scene immediately caused joy to swiftly surge into the hearts of all the half-emperors present. They did not expect that Xiao Yan, who had been strong for 2 hours, would ultimately have such a moment of weakness. Ha! The opportunity has come. I thought that this fellow was really undefeatable. It turns out that he was merely pretending to be strong and putting on an act. Humph humph. Now is the time for us to finish you off. Ha ha. Immediately, the dozens of half-emperors surrounding Xiao Yan, whose faces were originally filled with fear, suddenly revealed a crazed expression on their faces. The change in Xiao Yan's expression seemed to have allowed them to see the dawn of victory. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of half-emperors' expressions immediately became excited. Even the dou qi within their bodies became even more turbulent at this moment. Ha! This kid is almost at his limit. Let's all attack together. As long as we continue to exhaust him for a little longer, he will definitely become our prisoner. Ha! Tier 2 medicinal pill. I will soon be able to obtain a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Haha, Xiao Yan, don't blame us for being too ruthless. We won't care if you accidentally die. Ha! As the continuous loud laughter sounded, a portion of the half-emperors in the sky who had originally planned to withdraw turned their gazes back at this moment. Even those half-emperors who had been smashed down by Xiao Yan's heavy Shenbuster sword all leaped up from the ground. Each of them forcefully supported their bodies. With a thought, the dou qi within their bodies once again surged out. Numerous sharp gazes shot toward Xiao Yan in succession. Countless gazes were filled with greed. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the weapons in their hands reflected a cold luster. Unknowingly, even the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. It was as if an invisible battle was silently taking place. Xiao Yan, prepare to die. Until a certain moment, an expert whose strength had reached the peak of the late-stage half-martial emperor realm suddenly moved. The pair of curved blades in his hands immediately cut through the air. Blade light shot out as they ruthlessly slashed toward Xiao Yan. Following closely behind, nearly 100 figures also moved. Each and every one of them had carefully and rapidly shot toward Xiao Yan. As they waved their weapons, countless streams of dou qi streaked across the sky like meteors. With the momentum of a combined attack, they ruthlessly smashed toward Xiao Yan. At this very moment, Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by everyone, had a calm expression on his face. Not the slightest ripple could be seen in his pitch-black eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a gorgeous flame gradually condensed into a flaming wheel that slowly rotated. Following closely, Xiao Yan ignored the 100 figures that were explosively rushing toward him. Instead, with a thought, a gorgeous heavenly flame rose from his palm with a puff sound. Following the change in his thoughts, the heavenly flame rapidly condensed in Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body also crazily surged out of his body at this moment as if it was free of charge. It turned into many streams of fire that were as thick as a person's wrist. They revolved around Xiao Yan's body and rapidly gathered toward the flaming wheel in his palm. Soon after, when the countless streams of dou qi streaks arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yan's body, the calm expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly became fierce. Immediately, his extended hand suddenly clenched. The flaming wheel in his hand that had yet to completely condense was violently held by Xiao Yan in his palm. With a thought, the remaining dou qi in Xiao Yan's body completely gushed out from his palm and swiftly poured into the flaming wheel in Xiao Yan's hand. The next moment, when Xiao Yan slowly raised his eyes, the expression on his pale face had become indifferent and even icy cold. At the same time, Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand slowly opened. A gorgeous flaming wheel the size of a palm appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. Buddha's Fury. Reincarnation. Chapter 590. Buddha's Fury. Reincarnation. At the same time Xiao Yan's mouth slowly spat out words that were filled with indifference, the fire wheel in his hand also emitted a dazzling glow at the next moment. The brilliant flames soared to the sky and filled the sky with a burning momentum. At this moment, everyone in Coldstream City involuntarily revealed a deep fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. Even those elite Daoist's faces were incomparably shocked at this moment. Unlike before, the Daoist skill that was agglomerated in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment caused them to feel fear and shock from the bottom of their hearts. They could clearly sense that this fire wheel was filled with an extremely overbearing strength. The destruction that this strength contained was sufficient to cause these elite Daoist to feel fear in their hearts. Just who is this brat? How can he possess such a frightening Daoist skill? It is fortunate that his current strength is only that of a bandit. If it was an expert of the same level as us, a Daoist skill of this level would likely be enough to kill us. His identity is definitely not simple. By being able to possess such outstanding training talent and possess such a frightening Daoist skill, this fellow is definitely not an ordinary person. There is definitely an even greater backer behind him. Fortunately we did not act. Otherwise, the few elite Daoist in the distance involuntarily faced each other as they thought of the somewhat frightening result. The expression in their eyes also appeared to be a little afraid. If Xiao Yan, who was in front of them at this moment, was really someone with an extraordinary identity, they really could not afford to offend him. After all, even though they were elite Daoist, they similarly had difficulty protecting themselves on this continent. The Yuanwu continent was very large. A Daoist did not represent anything. When faced with some truly powerful clans or factions, even if they were as strong as a Daoist, they were still like ants in front of those factions. The Yuanwu continent was very large. There were many people who were stronger than elite Daoist. Being overly arrogant would only speed up one's destruction. Perhaps the battle between the Sun and Bai clans would be the beginning of their destruction. The few elite Daoist in the distance involuntarily had the intention to withdraw when they thought of this. They exchanged a couple of glances with each other before quietly withdrawing the aura that they had emitted. There were even some who had turned around and quietly left this place. Unfamiliar enemies were the most dangerous. Although Xiao Yan's name had spread throughout the western regions, no one knew who he was or where he came from. Although the rewards offered by the four great sects were extremely tempting, not everyone would go crazy for it. There were many people who licked blood from their blades, but there were also people who truly cultivated. A moment of greed could destroy everything in an instant, including your loved ones. However, a steady state of mind could allow you to sail the boat far away and not capsize in the gutter. Pung 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 pung. Soon after, when the angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiao Yan's hand completely erupted, the dark black light pillar had the power to break the sky. It easily destroyed the Dao Qi pillars that shot toward him. Soon after, without waiting for the elite Daoist to recover, the cold and indifferent dark black light pillar had already swept over their bodies in an instant. The terrifying aura of destruction immediately penetrated the bodies of those who were swept by the black beam of light. They could only feel the aura of death rapidly approaching their souls. At the same time, they could clearly see that the parts of their bodies that were swept by the black beam of light actually began to disintegrate in a strange manner. That's right. Under the black light, everyone's skin gradually began to crack. It was just like tree bark that had been dried by the sun. It swiftly fell off from their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. After which, it was the flesh below until the dense white bones. Even a portion of the bones had similarly turned into powder under the black light. Everything would fall apart under the black light pillar. In the blink of an eye, an endless amount of painful screams resounded in this empty space. The bodies that were disintegrated by the black light did not feel the slightest pain. All they could feel was an empty space. However, it was also because of this that the disappearance of feeling caused the hearts of these people to feel even more terrified. Unknowingly, it seemed that they had already fallen into the abyss of death. Dying without feeling anything was the most frightening thing in one's heart. After all, Death might not be frightening, but the process was extremely frightening. Within a short few breaths' time, those who were struck by the angry Buddha reincarnation fell from the sky with a weak aura. After which, they violently smashed into the city below. The destructive strength of the angry Buddha reincarnation might be silent, but it was so silent that it was frightening. This kind of strange silence caused the hearts of those who came into contact with it to tremble. At this moment, even with Sun Shua's and Bai Ying's mental fortitude, their expressions involuntarily changed. After sensing the strangeness of the black light, the two of them could not help but quietly look at each other. Even they did not expect that the Xiao Yan in front of them would actually be able to control such a frightening strength. The strangeness of this strength was something that even with their experience, they did not know about. What exactly is this brat's do technique? Why is it so strange? No matter what, even if I have to fight it out with this fellow today, I must leave Xiao Yan here. If I have this do technique, forget about being the leader of the 4 great clans. It is likely that my Sun clan will even have a place in the elder seat of the Sky Sword sect in the future. Although he was surprised by Xiao Yan's do technique, at this moment, Sun Shua's heart was filled with greed. After all, if he was able to master such a strange do technique, would it not mean that all the elite do di who fought against him would be disintegrated to death by this do technique once he used it? At that time, forget about do di, it was likely that he, Sun Shua, would even have the ability to fight against an origin transformation expert. The greed in Sun Shua's heart grew as he thought of this. He let out a low roar in his heart, and the do qi in his body was instantly raised. He completely ignored Bai Ying, whose expression had changed in an instant. His strong body suddenly moved and swiftly approached Xiao Yan with a lightning-like speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan also swiftly discovered Sun Shua's actions. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart felt incomparably solemn. He could not be bothered about anything else as the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand was instantly pointed at Sun Shua. At the same time, the little do qi in his body poured out and poured into the fire wheel in his hand. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Block for me. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. His expression became incomparably solemn. At the same time, all the strength in his body was poured into the angry Buddha reincarnation. At this moment, the only thing that Xiao Yan could hope for was the angry Buddha reincarnation in his hand. Bang! With the pouring in of do qi, the originally 100-foot-thick black pillar of light swelled with the wind in the blink of an eye, becoming a 1,000-foot-thick pillar of light. At the same time, the strength on it also became even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had already violently smashed into Sun Shua's body. The moment the dark black light came into contact with Sun Shua's body, it immediately surged into his body. In front of this black light, even though Sun Shua had the do qi protecting his body, he was similarly unable to completely block it outside. In the blink of an eye, Sun Shua had already discovered to his shock that the long robe at his chest had actually turned into nothingness under this black light. At the same time, the skin on his chest had unknowingly festered to the size of a palm. How is this possible? This scene caused shock to rise in Sun Shua's heart. It was difficult to imagine that under this black light, even his physical body could not avoid being decomposed and dissipated. Chapter 591. What a strange do technique. It can even break down this D's do qi. Sun Shua's sharp eyes suddenly shrunk as he sensed that the do qi light barrier around him was disappearing at an extremely slow rate. The shock in his heart was difficult to describe. This strange do technique in front of him could be said to be something that Sun Shua had never seen before in his life. It was able to forcefully break down an opponent's do qi. Under normal circumstances, unless one's strength far exceeded the opponent's, one would not be able to break down the do qi that another person had refined. However, at this moment, this kind of scene that was logically impossible had actually appeared in front of Sun Shua. This caused him to feel shocked in his heart. At the same time, Bai Ying on the other side also discovered that something was not right. He frowned slightly but did not hurry to attack. Instead, a thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength spread out. It surrounded the black light pillar that had struck Sun Shua's body and carefully probed it. Hiss. Soon after, Bai Ying's spiritual strength approached the black light pillar. Bai Ying clearly sensed an extremely strange suction force surging out of the black light pillar. In front of the suction force, Bai Ying's spiritual strength seemed to have been pulled. Even though Bai Ying withdrew it in time, there were still a couple of threads of spiritual strength that were swallowed by the black light pillar. Being the master, Bai Ying was also implicated when his spiritual strength was swallowed. A piercing pain was transmitted from deep within his soul, causing the expression on Bai Ying's face to become slightly distorted. What? Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air as he exclaimed. His body, which was standing in the air, involuntarily took half a step back. His face was stunned as he looked at Xiaoyan. More accurately speaking, it was the Do technique that he had used at this moment, Angry Buddha Reincarnation. What kind of ghost Do technique is this? Why is it so strange? It is actually able to swallow my spiritual strength. Bai Ying's face still had some lingering fear as he stared at the dark black light pillar. His heart involuntarily felt extremely shocked. At the same time, his eyes, which were looking at Xiaoyan, also had an unusual glint. A mere bandit already possessed a strength that could shock an elite Do-di. It was difficult to imagine just how strong he would be once he stepped into the elite Do-di class in the future. This time, I'm afraid the four great sects have kicked an iron plate. Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of seriousness that he had never felt before. However, in the blink of an eye, a dark light flashed in the depths of his eyes and disappeared. Although the four great sects had kicked an iron plate, if the Bai family could be careful, then the one who had the last laugh might be the Bai family. The rise of the small characters might have depended on the fall of these big characters. The Western region has remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Now it's time for a great reshuffle. After recovering, Bai Ying's eyes slowly narrowed into a thin line. His eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiaoyan. It was a long while later before he once again looked at Sun Shua. His eyes flickered slightly as the Do Qi in his body quietly circulated. At the same time, Sun Shua, who was doing his best to block the black light pillar in front of him, had an increasingly gloomy expression on his face. Even though he was an elite Do-di, he still felt his heart tremble in fear in the face of this strange Do technique. He had never heard of such a strange Do technique existing on the origin martial continent. Xiaoyan, what Do technique is this? Sun Shua's face was ferocious as he stared at Xiaoyan. His tone was extremely low and deep as he spoke. Angry Buddha Reincarnation. Xiaoyan merely replied with an extremely indifferent tone in the face of this. The instant the words from his mouth sounded, the enormous dark black light pillar that he was controlling in his hand suddenly trembled. Immediately, an even stronger aura was emitted from it. The expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily changed once again. Under this dark black light pillar, even he felt a resistance at this moment. At the same time that his expression changed slightly, a fury also swiftly surged into Sun Shua's heart. As an elite Do-di, he was actually blocked by a bandit class brat today. If news of this were to spread, he, Sun Shua, would become the laughingstock of others. How would his Sun clan be able to stand among the four great clans in the future? Roar! Thinking of this in his heart, the fury in Sun Shua's chest was immediately unable to be suppressed. He could no longer endure it and emitted an earth-shaking furious roar. His tiger body shook. Immediately, turbulent surging Do Qi crazily surged out from Sun Shua's body. The vast and mighty aura caused the entire area to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. Ha! Sun Shua's sleeves were suddenly waved. The surging Do Qi immediately transformed into a terrifying force that connected the sky and the earth. It carried a sharp overbearing aura as it violently smashed into the dark black light pillar in front of him. Bang! An intense explosion shook the heavens and the earth. In front of the powerful Do Qi of a Do-di, even Xiaoyan's Angry Buddha Reincarnation had difficulty enduring. With just one strike, Xiaoyan's Angry Buddha Reincarnation was forcefully shattered by nearly 1,000 feet. Even the current Xiaoyan's face could not help but instantly turn pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. A trace of fresh blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. As for the remaining blood, it was forcefully swallowed back by him. Xiao Yan understood that the more it was at this moment, the more he could not show weakness. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to leave this place today. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily glanced at Bai Ying, who was standing in the distance. He did not know why, but he had actually placed his hopes on this fellow. Even though Bai Ying was also one of the 4 great clans, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense that Bai Ying had no intention of harming him. On the contrary, Bai Ying had even helped him block Sun Shua, who had long since planned to attack him. Even though Xiao Yan did not know just what Bai Ying's intentions were, from the looks of it, Bai Ying was the only other person present who could help him other than Guyu. Of course, this was on the precondition that Bai Ying was truly willing to help him. Otherwise, even if Xiao Yan was able to leave Coldstream City, it was likely that he would have entered the wolf's den after leaving the tiger's den. Bang bang bang! A couple of consecutive explosions sounded. Only then did Xiao Yan swiftly recover. However, in the blink of an eye, Sun Shua had already appeared in front of him. His face was vicious and a fierce glint appeared in his sharp eyes. An ice-cold killing intent appeared to be substance-like as it pierced one's skin until it hurt. Sun Shua raised his hand and his palm violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. So what if your Do Chi is strange? It is merely a small trick in front of this D's absolute strength. Now it is time for you to die. Chapter 592. The wind horn continued to sound in the empty sky. The scorching hot sunlight gradually dimmed. The cloudless blue sky had unknowingly become deep and serene. It was as though it was just before dawn and also as though it was close to dusk. The soundless sound still clearly reverberated in the minds of everyone in Coldstream City. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring blankly at the dark black figure in the sky. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The shock in their hearts caused this group of people to be unable to spit out a single word even though their mouths were wide open. Even though there were a few people who wanted to say something, the words that they had prepared were forcefully stuck in their throats. Their lips and teeth trembled for a long while, but they were unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, even the few elite Do-Di standing in the distant empty space had a dull expression on their faces. Even they did not expect that the black-robed, young man in front of them would actually once again break their understanding of him. This fellow, what was that earlier? What a strange strength. It is different from Do Chi and spiritual strength. That thing, could it be? It is the strength of the Great Way. The few elite Do-Di's eyes stared intently at the black robe on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that Xiao Yan, whose strength had clearly not reached the Do-Di class, was actually able to control the strength of the Great Way. This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. We must not become enemies with him. Tisk he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is merely a bandit. This Xiao Yan's future is limitless. Humph, he has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is only a bandit. He is even fearless when being captured by the 4 great sects. I'm afraid that even a ghost would not believe that there is no one behind him. After the shock, many exclamations that were filled with various meanings quickly followed. In short, the meaning behind the words of these few elite Do-Di was that they would not become enemies with Xiao Yan. Or perhaps, it could be said that they did not dare to become enemies with him. In the sky, Bai Ying narrowed his eyes as he stared closely at Xiao Yan. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that Xiao Yan had actually grasped the power of laws. Even though he did not know what the power of laws belonged to, the fact that Xiao Yan had comprehended the power of laws was enough to shock him. Xiao Yan, who exactly are you? First, you have such a strange Do skill, and now you have the great Dao energy. You are really a person that is filled with secrets. Fortunately, I am not interested in your secrets. Bai Ying muttered softly in his heart. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on Sun Shua's body. Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily emitted a cold, mocking laugh when he saw half of Sun Shua's swollen face. He did not expect that this Sun Shua, whom even he had difficulty injuring, would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiao Yan's hands. This time around he, Sun Shua, could truly be considered to have lost all his face. Hearing Bai Ying's cold laughter, a fury immediately rose in Sun Shua's heart. The expression on his face had just changed when a hissing sound was emitted from his mouth. This once again attracted Bai Ying's mocking laughter. Bastard! As the fury in his heart writhed, Sun Shua forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He spat out some words of hatred in an unclear manner. His body suddenly shook and viscous liquid like dough qi immediately surged out of his body. As the dough qi writhed, the surrounding space involuntarily fluctuated intensely. Soon after, a vague low roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. He waved his large hand and a suction force surged from his palm. On the ground, the enormous sword that had been blasted down because of the attack earlier seemed to have been attracted by something at this moment. The body of the sword that was inserted deep into the ground suddenly trembled intensely. With a bang sound, it charged out of the ground and returned to Sun Shua's hand in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to move, however, the expression in Sun Shua's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Even his breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. A pair of sharp eyes immediately opened in fury. Other than shock, there was an increasingly turbulent fury in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, one could see that the originally sharp and straight edge of the enormous sword that had returned to his hand actually had a gap of 1 to 2 centimeters. This sword of Sun Shua's was not made from ordinary materials. An ordinary attack would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to it, much less leave behind such a large gap. This kind of gap was likely something that even Bai Ying, who was also a 3-star Do D, would not be able to leave behind. In the earlier collision, Sun Shua was clearly aware that this enormous sword of his did not suffer any damage. At this moment, however, a gap had appeared on this sword. It was obvious that this gap was definitely left behind in the collision earlier. The appearance of the gap on the enormous sword caused the fury in Sun Shua's heart to explode. The Xiao Yan in front of him had truly reached the point where he must kill him. No matter what happened today, he would not allow Xiao Yan to leave this place alive. An earth-shaking furious cry was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. This time around, Sun Shua completely suppressed the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He waved his large hand and his right hand held the hilt of the enormous sword in a reverse grip. The wide, enormous sword rotated in his hand as Sun Shua's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet collapsed and Sun Shua had already disappeared from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and his body swiftly flew back. However, Sun Shua's speed was even faster than Xiao Yan's. Just as Xiao Yan retreated explosively, Sun Shua's figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, the wide, enormous sword violently tore through the empty space. The sharp edge of the sword had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's neck. It was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's throat. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's originally pale face became even more ghastly at this moment. The hairs on his body stood on end and the heart in his chest was also violently beating. He let out a low cry in his heart before he viciously waved the enormous ruler in his hand. Clang! As the heavy blade of the ruler streaked across the empty space, it brought along a piercing sound of wind breaking. Just as the enormous sword was about to slash Xiao Yan's throat, it was only barely able to force the blow back. However, even so, the invisible force had similarly left a shallow wound on Xiao Yan's neck. Sensing the slight pain that was transmitted from his throat, Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled. His body swiftly and violently pulled back. However, Sun Shua in front of him was like a maggot attached to a bone as he chased closely without giving up. Clang! A frighteningly large force was transmitted over. The heavy Shen ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was forcefully deflected by the enormous sword. Killing intent surged in Sun Shua's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the enormous sword in his hand took the opportunity to pierce through the empty space. It once again ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat. In the face of this attack, Xiao Yan really had no way of dodging. In the next moment, before Xiao Yan could do anything, Bai Ying, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, suddenly attacked. He waved his sleeve and Dou Qi swept out. A long spear covered in lightning suddenly shot out. It was like a thunderbolt that arrived between Xiao Yan and Sun Shuo in the blink of an eye. It forced back the enormous sword with one strike. After which, Bai Ying's body flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. With his back facing Sun Shuo, Bai Ying ignored the other party and looked directly at Xiao Yan. Without much hesitation, Bai Ying grabbed the collar at Xiao Yan's chest and swiftly flew out of Coldstream City. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the sight of everyone in the city. After which, Sun Shuo ruthlessly shattered the long spear in front of him with a blow. It turned into a dense Dou Qi that gradually dissipated. However, when he turned his gaze around, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yan and Bai Ying had already disappeared before his eyes. Bai Ying! Bai Ying! Bai Ying! An earth-shaking roar resounded across the sky like thunder. In the distant empty space, Bai Ying could clearly hear Uncle Sun's roar. However, he merely laughed coldly. With one hand controlling Xiao Yan, his body moved and swiftly flew towards the south. He knew that he and Xiao Yan were currently too close to Coldstream City. If Sun Shuo intended to investigate, he would definitely be able to find their direction. Now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place first in order to completely escape the Sun Clan. Chapter 593. It was nighttime. There were a lot of dark clouds in the night, so much so that the moon hanging in the sky was covered by the dark clouds. There was not a single trace of light between heaven and earth. It was like a pure black curtain that covered the entire world. A biting cold wind blew between the heavens and the earth. Above the pitch-black forest, one could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. In the pitch-black night, coupled with the bone-chilling cold wind, anyone who stood here would probably be unable to help but shiver. Look at the sky. It seems like there's going to be a storm. In the sky above a certain forest, an old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was standing at the top of a huge tree. A large wave of trees surged around him. Strangely, the waves of trees would automatically disperse when they came within 100 feet of the old man. Upon closer inspection, even the huge tree under the old man's feet did not seem to be affected by the surrounding cold wind at all. The huge tree did not move at all, and its entire body was like a statue. If it was not for the life aura that it emitted, no one would believe that this tree would not move at all under the biting cold wind. Of course, rather than saying that the tree did not move, it would be more accurate to say that the old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly did not move at all. That's good too. This world has been peaceful for too long. Those withered trees that should have fallen long ago should indeed fall. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the 4 seasons change. Only in this way can this forest continue to operate. The old man muttered something in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of bright eyes that shone in the dark night looked straight at the distant horizon in the northwest direction. After a short while, the old man's eyes slightly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile in the dark night. He's here. He chuckled again. However, he did not know that it was completely dark in the sky, where no one could be seen. How could there be someone in the dark sky? 10 breaths later, a purple light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Although the light was not dazzling, it was enough to illuminate the entire area in the pitch-black night sky. Ah, Ying, you're finally here. Under the illumination of the purple light, the outline of the old man's face could be seen. The old man looked quite amiable. His old face was covered with wrinkles. These were the saber scars left behind by the passage of time. His beard, which should have been white, reflected a strange light under the purple light. This made the amiable-looking old man look even more sinister at this moment. Elder Hao Xian, there's been an accident. Sorry to keep you waiting. The purple light came closer and closer. When it was within 1,000 feet, the faint laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard. Patriarch, what happened? Could it be that the old bastard from the Sun family? No, I just didn't expect that Sun Shuo would actually find a way to deal with my Dou Qi, causing me to spend some effort. However, I was fortunate enough to see that guy suffer, The old man frowned. Before the solemn words from his mouth could be spat out, the figure that had already arrived in front of him waved his hand gently. As the laughter from his mouth sounded, he did not forget to shake the black-robed young man in his hand. This person was naturally Bai Ying, who had left Coldstream City in the evening. The person in his hand was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally had the ability to escape from the devil's hands. However, he was also curious as to why Bai Ying had repeatedly blocked Sun Shuo for him. Hence, Xiao Yan had allowed Bai Ying to bring him here under the urging of his curiosity. However, knowing this, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura in his heart. The source of this aura was the old man who had appeared in front of him and Bai Ying. This person's strength is definitely above Bai Ying's. Xiao Yan cried out in his heart. He involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had actually followed Bai Ying all the way and delivered himself to the lion's mouth. Moreover, from the way Bai Ying had addressed this old man, he seemed to be an elder. If he was an elder of the Sky Sword sect, would he not be in danger? Damn it! I have actually delivered myself to him. Xiao Yan viciously scolded himself in his heart. He felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, he could only place his final hope on Guyu. Xiao Yan was unable to see through the strength of this old man in front of him, much less exchange blows with him. The other party might really kill him with a single slap. Of course, the two of them were naturally unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. However, even if they knew, it was likely that they would only laugh out loud. This is Mr. Xiao Yan? Hearing the ridicule in Bai Ying's words, the old man involuntarily turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut and head lowered. He frowned slightly and spoke in a somewhat courteous manner. Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiao Yan did not react. His expression quickly changed as he hurriedly placed Xiao Yan in the air. His large hand extended from his sleeve and grabbed one of Xiao Yan's wrists. At the same time, a wave of spiritual strength swiftly surged out and entered Xiao Yan's body through his palm. At the same time, the old man's expression involuntarily became startled. He did not know what had happened and could only walk over with a curious expression. However, in the next moment, Bai Ying's originally frowning expression suddenly changed drastically. The spiritual strength that had entered Xiao Yan's body was swiftly withdrawn. The hand that was holding Xiao Yan's wrist also suddenly released. Bai Ying swiftly stood up and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan in front of him with a lingering fear. By the side, the old man's expression also changed slightly. The wrinkles on his old face appeared a little clearer at this moment. What happened? Is there something wrong with this little fellow? The old man's tone was indifferent as he asked. At the same time, his shriveled hand turned into a claw. A cluster of bright and glaring do qi was about to spew out from his palm. No, it is not that there is something wrong with him. It is just that I have forgotten that Xiao Yan controls a heavenly flame. Earlier, the heavenly flame was protecting its master. Due to my carelessness, I was startled by that thing. However, it is now troublesome. Xiao Yan cannot continue to be unconscious like this. We cannot wait that long. If you and I continue to stay here, the other few clans and the Sky Sword sect will definitely become suspicious. Then what should we do? This little fellow has not woken up. We can't even bring him back to the clan. Don't tell me that we should really kill him and give him to the Sky Sword sect as a gift? The old man frowned. The expression on his old face appeared to be extremely unwilling. Humph, even if we kill him, we will definitely not hand him over to them. Moreover, Xiao Yan's identity is special. We must not act rashly before we know his exact identity. Bai Ying coldly snorted. He did not seem to care about this backer behind him. Hearing this, even the old man by the side nodded his head. Then what should we do now? We cannot keep him and we cannot kill him. It is difficult to have the best of both worlds. The old man's expression appeared exceptionally gloomy under the purple light. However, he did not know what to do. Hence, he could only look at Bai Ying once again. Bai Ying also frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, the seemingly unconscious Xiao Yan in front of them suddenly began to cough intensely. Cough, 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 cough. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Ying and the old man looked at each other and could not help but laugh helplessly. Of all times, Xiao Yan had to wake up after they revealed their relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Was this not obvious enough? The unconscious Xiao Yan in front of them was clearly faking it. Mr. Xiao Yan really woke up at the right time. Otherwise, my clan's elders would have had to save him. Bai Ying laughed. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He slowly stood up from the void and stared at Xiao Yan. Chapter 594. Hearing the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Xiao Yan, who was illuminated by the purple light, could not help but frown slightly. Clearly, Xiao Yan was not interested in the latter's half-joking words. Under the purple light, the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face was also reflected in the eyes of the two people in front of him. In the dark night, Bai Ying and the old man beside him smiled at each other. Only then did they return their gazes to Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan slowly stood up. He could not help but gently shake his head. His dou qi was extremely weak, causing the current Xiao Yan to feel that his mind was unable to endure. There was a faint pain in the depths of his mind. This was caused by the attack of the strong wind while he was flying. It had nothing to do with any injuries. However, it would likely take a few days for him to recover. After calming himself down, Xiao Yan's face was calm in the dark night. Under the purple light, no emotion could be seen on his face. This point involuntarily caused the two people standing in front of Xiao Yan to be slightly shocked. To be able to sort out his state of mind in the blink of an eye, such a person could not help but cause one's heart to be solemn. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed extraordinary. This kind of mental strength is something that I cannot compare to. Bai Ying smiled and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan. He did not show any intention of underestimating Xiao Yan just because he was a half-emperor expert. Bai Ying did not doubt that if he dared to underestimate Xiao Yan in front of him, it was likely that he would have to pay a great price. With Sun Shuo as an example, he believed that this was enough. There is no need for clan leader Bai to be so polite. Since you have brought me to such a remote place, it is likely that it is not as simple as saving me. If there is anything, clan leader Bai can just say it. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little because of the words from Bai Ying's mouth. Xiao Yan spoke faintly before crossing his hands over his chest and standing in the same spot. He was expressionless as he looked at Bai Ying without saying anything. Brat, you. The expression of the old man standing beside Bai Ying immediately became gloomy when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually revealed such a fearless manner. A cold snort was emitted from his nose as the dou qi within the old man's body began to circulate. Haoshuan. However, Bai Ying suddenly shouted. The old man's expression changed. He glanced at Bai Ying and found that Bai Ying was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Secretly curling his lips, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. Once again he let out a cold snort. Then, the old man resentfully withdrew his gaze. Since Mr. Xiao Yan doesn't like to beat around the bush, then I won't beat around the bush. Bai Ying had a smile on his face. He first cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan as an apology for the old man's actions. At the same time, he spoke with a soft smile. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not comment. With a flick of his finger, 2 pills shot into his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed them. Xiao Yan ignored the 2 people in front of him as he sensed the faint warmth being emitted from his body. Instead, he slowly circulated the qi method in his body. The heavenly flame surged and began to refine the 2 medicinal pills in his body. Bai Ying could not help but secretly frown in response. However, he still maintained a warm smile on his face. No matter what, I have saved Mr. Xiao Yan. Don't tell me that Mr. doesn't even have a word of thanks? If not for you, perhaps I would have already taken the things I obtained and left Coldstream City instead of wasting my breath with you. Bai Ying nonchalantly said. However, Xiao Yan did not show any mercy. Xiao Yan really did not want to have anything to do with these people who had ulterior motives. People like these who liked to use their brains often liked to use others as tools. If Xiao Yan was not careful, he might really fall into their trap. Instead of preventing trouble, it was better to nip them in the bud. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Bai Ying could not help but frown. He originally thought that if he mentioned the previous matter, Xiao Yan would at least give him some face. However, he did not expect Xiao Yan to be so rude. When the old man to the side heard this, he let out a cold snort. This time, Bai Ying was too lazy to stop him. Xiao Yan did not seem to be easy to get along with. Mr. Xiao Yan might have misunderstood. You should have heard it earlier. Our Bai clan does not have a good impression of the Heavenly Sword sect. It can even be said that there is a grudge between our Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. Even with Bai Ying's character, a slight ripple involuntarily appeared in his tone when he spoke. From this, one could tell that Bai Ying seemed to have a great opinion of the Heavenly Sword sect. So, Xiao Yan was not interested in the relationship between the Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. He only wanted to know why Bai Ying had brought him here. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yan was able to roughly guess Bai Ying's intentions. Bai Ying glanced at the old man by the side when he spoke until this point. Their gazes met and the old man immediately understood Bai Ying's intention. Soon after, the old man waved his sleeve and a majestic dou qi immediately swept out. With the empty space where the three of them stood as the center, an enormous dou qi light barrier was formed within 100 feet radius of the three of them, surrounding them. Under the cover of this dou qi light barrier, any probing would be isolated. The voices within could not be heard by the outside world. Other than this dou qi light barrier had also trapped Xiao Yan's group within it. Unless the old man acted and took the initiative to remove this light barrier, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to charge out in his current condition. This move of the old man not only isolated any external forces, but also sealed off Xiao Yan's escape route. Bai Ying frowned slightly in the face of this, but he still chose to acquiesce. He was similarly worried. He had painstakingly brought Xiao Yan in front of him to this place. If Xiao Yan were to disappear from this place without even turning his head around, would that not mean that all his efforts would be for naught? Instead, he would end up offending the Sun clan and create more trouble for himself. What do you mean by this? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The expression in his eyes was slightly cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Xiao Yan need not mind. Our actions are for the sake of safety. After all, as I have said, there is also a grudge between our Bai clan and the Heavenly Sword sect. However, the Heavenly Sword sect is currently at its peak and the time is not right. Our Bai clan must also be careful when doing things. Bai Ying hurriedly cupped his hands to Xiao Yan after Xiao Yan's words sounded. His expression was quite solemn as he spoke. Seeing this, a dense white light flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. After which, he coldly nodded and said, "Can you say it now? Why did you bring me here?" Hearing this, Bai Ying once again exchanged glances with the old man beside him. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan. Bai Ying nodded slightly and said, "I brought Mr. Xiao Yan here today for no other reason. I only hope to discuss something with Mr. Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows slightly. He turned his gaze and his right index finger gently leaped and flicked on his right shoulder. Immediately, he lifted his eyes slightly and the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Speak. I hope to invite Mr. Xiao Yan to join our Bai clan."